Chapter 486. Wu bit her lips and looked at Tang Zheng with a complicated expression. She never thought that he would be so stubborn. Even in the face of such great difficulty, he would not compromise and was unwilling to go to the martial sect. Seeing Tang Zheng turn around and leave, Wu did not chase after him. Her mind raced, and in the end, she realized that she was still unable to complete the mission given to her by the sect master. She really had no way of bringing Tang Zheng back to the martial sect. That day, she left the capital and returned to the martial sect. From afar, she saw the sect leader's wife Lan Yu. She hurriedly shouted respectfully, "Mistress." Lan Yu was still beautiful, even more enchanting than a blooming flower in spring. She smiled like a flower and said, "Marshal, you're back. What mission did your master ask you to carry out? Furthermore, your master has become a little strange since he came back last time. He doesn't want to say anything and has been in closed-door cultivation." Wu's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Master is in closed-door cultivation?" "Yes, I think he seems to have encountered some kind of problem and has become silent. Even I am not willing to say much," Lan Yu said suspiciously. Wu asked tentatively, "Mistress, there is a question that has been hidden in my heart for a long time. I have not had the chance to ask for so many years. I wonder if Mistress can help me solve my doubts?" Lan Yu lovingly touched her hand and smiled. "I practically raised you single-handedly. You're just like my daughter. What questions can't a daughter ask her mother?" Wu revealed a rare smile and said, "Mistress, I will never forget your kindness to me for the rest of my life." "Silly girl, go ahead and ask." "Mistress, I heard that you and Master once had a child." Hearing this, Lan Yu's smile quickly disappeared, and she became incomparably sorrowful. "Marshal, why do you want to ask this question?" Wu's heart tightened as he said nervously, "Mistress, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have asked this question." Lan Yu shook her head and said, "It was too long ago. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it." Although she said that, it was clear that she had not forgotten about this matter. "Your master and I once had a son. If he was born in another family, he would definitely be happy and healthy, a lively and cute child. However, he was born in the wrong family and went out to the martial sect. His fate became a tragedy." Lan Yu sank into her memories, and a deep pain appeared between her brows. "Why do you say that? Having parents like Master's wife and Master should be his fortune, right?" Wu Dawei did not understand. "Wrong, having parents like us is his greatest misfortune. We brought him into this world not long ago, but in the end, we erased him from this world." Tears flickered in Lan Yu's eyes, and her emotions fluctuated greatly. Marshall's heart stirred as he asked, "Could it be that something unexpected happened to him?" Unfortunate? It's because some people couldn't tolerate a little baby like him, and actually tried to kill him, while some people couldn't even protect their own sons. What a coward!" Lan Yu's eyes burst with sparks of hatred. Marshall was shocked. Could it be that they were talking about her master? Could it be that his master had personally killed his own son? Wu was greatly shocked by his own thoughts, and a look of panic appeared on his face. He hurriedly comforted himself that it couldn't be like this, that he was just imagining things. Master's wife, Master's martial arts are strong. How could he not be able to protect his child? Wu asked nervously. What's the use of having a high level of martial arts? He listens to that person's every command and doesn't even have the courage to resist. Who is Master obedient to? Wu had never seen anyone with such prestige. Even the few elders of the martial sect did not dare to be careless towards their master. Especially the great clan elder, who was the trusted aide of the previous sect master. However, he did not dare to give his master any face. The previous sect leader? Wu's heart skipped a beat. He finally guessed a bit. If there was anyone in this world who could make his master obey, then it could only be the previous martial sect leader, who had already passed away. Could it be that the previous sect leader wanted to kill the child of his master and mistress? Why was that? Wu was confused. Wu asked suspiciously, Mistress, could it be that you're talking about the previous sect leader? Seeing that she had guessed it, Lan Yu did not hide it and coldly snorted. Who else could it be other than him? That old thing actually tried to kill my newborn son for a groundless reason. Lan Yu's eyes burst out with intense flames of hatred. Wu was shocked. Master's wife bluntly called the previous sect leader an old thing. It seemed that the conflict between the two was not ordinary. However, this also aroused Wu Qianglia's curiosity. Even if there were too many secrets that could not be revealed to outsiders, she still wanted to understand the truth of the matter. Mistress, why would the old sect leader do such a cruel thing to a baby? Lan Yu stared straight at Wu and asked, Wu, why do I feel that you're a little strange today? Why did you think of asking this question? I was just asking on a whim. Lan Yu shook his head and said, I raised you since you were young. How could I not understand you? Are you hiding something from me? After he finished speaking, his eyes were bright and full of expression, giving off a feeling that he could see through one's heart. Wu panicked and hurriedly covered it up. Mistress, why would I hide it from you? Hee, you still want to lie to me? If you don't say it, I can directly go to your master and ask. You've never hidden anything from him since you were young. I believe he will definitely know. Lan Yu said. Don't go looking for master. Wu couldn't help but regret his curiosity. Regarding the matter of Tang Zheng, since his master had kept everyone else in the dark, there must be a reason for it. If mistress were to personally ask and master refused to tell her, then the already fragile relationship between the two of them would become fragmented. As someone who had been with them for dozens of years, Wu was naturally clear about the relationship between the two of them. Although the two of them were husband and wife, there was not much difference in the eyes of ordinary people. In reality, the relationship between the two of them was extremely tense, and they had been separated for many years. Wu did not want to make things difficult for his master, nor did he want his married life to be affected because of this. Moreover, she thought of another possibility. Since master could not let Tang Zheng willingly return to the martial sect, what would happen if mistress were to make a move? With that thought, hope reignited in Wu's heart. Since that was the case, then telling mistress about this might allow things to turn around. Even if her master scolded her in the future, she would willingly accept it. Mistress, there's something I want to tell you. Take a look at this photo first. Wu opened a photo on his phone. It was Tang Zheng. Lan Yu looked at the photo in a daze and asked suspiciously, Who is he? His name is Tang Zheng, and he is a cultivator. Wu stared at her, hoping to catch the slightest change in her expression. Cultivator? Lan Yu frowned suspiciously and said solemnly, Wu, show him to me. Who exactly is he? It can't be as simple as a cultivator, right? Mistress, the missions I've been carrying out these past few days are all related to him. He's a newly risen cultivator, and his strength is already higher than mine. How is that possible? Under your master's nurturing, it took you so many years to achieve what you have today, but he is a cultivator. In the current situation where cultivators are facing such a huge predicament, how could he have such a high cultivation? Lan Yu questioned. Although she usually did not care about the affairs of the martial sect, she was naturally not unfamiliar with the situation of cultivators. I don't understand either. Maybe he's the legendary genius cultivator who was born for cultivation. The first time I saw him, he was still very weak, but a few months later, he surpassed me. I can't explain the whole story, and according to the investigation, he hasn't even been cultivating for a full year. What? Not even a year? Lan Yu was shocked, disbelief hanging between her brows. Impossible. How can there be such a cultivation genius in this world? Wu also didn't want to believe it, but the truth was right in front of her, and she had no choice but to believe it. But this is absolutely true, Li Tianlan said. Lan Yu's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Although this was inconceivable, she knew that Wu would not lie to her, so she continued to ask, Wu, why didn't your master kill such a genius? I don't know either, but the sect master's order is to let him return to the martial sect willingly. Also, he has a jade pendant with the word martial engraved on it. The sect master said that it belongs to the martial sect. Jade pendant. This jade pendant is the most precious treasure of the martial sect. Only the sect master and the successor of the sect master have the qualifications to wear it. Back then, it was lost in your master's hands, and because of this he was almost expelled from the martial sect by that old man. How could it be on a cultivator? Could it be that master put it on him back then? Wu thought of a possibility and said hurriedly. Lan Yu's expression changed greatly, turning pale white, her body also trembling. She grabbed Wu's hand and said, "You're saying that it might be your master who put it on him?" Seeing master's wife's huge reaction, Wu was shocked and said resentfully, "This is only my guess. Only master knows what the real situation is." Lan Yu's heart was in turmoil. Scenes after scenes of memories flashed through her mind like a movie. That year, it was after that incident that he lost that jade pendant. That jade pendant had always been worn by him, and he would not even take it off when he bathed or slept. Why would he lose it for no reason? Back then, I was immersed in the pain of losing my son, so I did not notice this abnormal situation. No, what happened back then was definitely not that simple. I must find him and ask him clearly. Lan Yu's heart rose and fell as she thought silently. Seeing that his wife's expression was changing and becoming more and more agitated, Wu hurriedly asked, "Mistress, what happened to you?" Lan Yu hurriedly said, "Send this photo to me immediately. I want to ask your master clearly." "Isn't master in closed-door cultivation? No one is to disturb him," Wu said worriedly. Chapter 487. When Wu saw the fierce side of his master's wife, he still tried his best to persuade her. "Mistress, master has ordered us to take revenge on this matter. If you go and denounce him, it will be bad if it causes an uproar." Lan Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression fluctuating as he thought to himself. Although that old man is dead, he still has a lot of fans in the martial sect. The great clan elder was once his trusted aide. If my poor son really didn't die, then wouldn't it be a huge disaster if they found out? Lan Yu's heart trembled. He turned around and stared at Wu, asking, "Where is Tang Zheng?" "He's still in the capital for the time being. Immediately take me to see him," Lan Yu ordered impatiently. Wu asked nervously, "Mistress, could it be that Tang Zheng is your son?" Lan Yu bit his lips, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I don't know either, but since he has that jade pendant on him, then I must investigate and get to the bottom of it." Wu's emotions became extremely complicated. Although she had already guessed that this would happen, when she was about to confirm it, she was unable to determine whether this matter was good or bad. The martial sect had always taken hunting cultivators as their responsibility, and in the end, the son of the martial sect's sect master was also a cultivator. Wasn't this a huge irony? Of course, Wu could not bear to see the reputation of the martial sect damaged, and his master's reputation destroyed. However, she could not wait to find out the whole story. If Tang Zheng was really the son of her master and mistress, then wouldn't a family reunion be the happiest thing in the world? Wu was an orphan. Although she was raised by her master and mistress since she was young, she did not have her own real parents after all. Occasionally, she would urgently wish that her biological parents were by her side. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, she was inclined to let the family reunite. "Mistress, if Tang Zheng is really your and master's child, then what should we do? Is he a cultivator?" Wu asked tentatively. So what if he's a cultivator? That was how that old man concluded that my child couldn't practice martial arts, but was a genius in cultivating magic. That was why he couldn't tolerate an infant. Now, no matter who it is, if they dare to harm my child, I will fight them to the end even if I have to give up my life," Lan Yu said aggressively. Looking at the resolute Lan Yu, Wu could not help but feel a little envious of Tang Zheng. If he really was his master's child, then he would be the happiest child in the world to have a mother like his master's wife. However, when Wu heard that the old sect leader had determined that the baby in swaddling clothes was a genius in cultivating magic, he was even more certain that Tang Zheng was that baby, because he was a genius cultivator. Without stopping, the two immediately set off for the capital. At this moment, Tang Zheng was already sitting in the Yan family's living room. Several important figures of the Yan family were gathered together, and the king of medicine was also accompanying him. Just now, Yan Patian had personally welcomed him at the entrance. His etiquette was so high that it was truly rare. As the host and guests sat down, Tang Zheng first thanked Yan Luyan for his generous gift at the auction. Yan Patian hurriedly said that he was welcome, but in reality, it was the Yan family who had taken advantage of him. The price of the 2 life-continuing pills was much cheaper than the other families. That was a huge bargain. Yen Patian looked at Tang Zheng benevolently and sighed. Truly, the waves behind the Yangtze River are pushing the waves in front. Previously, when I acknowledged you as my master in Medicine King City, I was so shocked that my old heart was about to stop. Tang Zheng laughed and said, Elder Yen is too serious. This time, you have provoked the dragon group. Xingfeng is a vile person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. You must be careful. Yen Patian reminded him. Seeing that he and Wu were so serious about this matter, Tang Zheng did not dare to let his guard down and nodded in agreement. Yen Patian did not expect to be able to completely rope in Tang Zheng in just a few days. This was a long-term process that was imperceptible, so he was not in a hurry. After chatting with Tang Zheng for a while, he found an excuse to leave. The King of Medicine and Yen Qishan followed him and left the hall. As a result, only Yen Qingyi and Yen Luyan were left in the hall. Yen Qingyi gave Yen Luyan a look, and Yen Luyan also found an excuse to leave. Only Tang Zheng and Yen Qingyi were left in the hall. Immediately, Tang Zheng's expression became strange. What kind of medicine was this Yen family selling in their gourd? Were they trying to use a beauty trap on him? But there was no need for a nun to use a beauty trap, right? Tang Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Yen Qingyi stand up and walk towards him, he did not bat an eyelid and stared straight at her. Without a doubt, Yen Qingyi was indeed a beauty, and it was a kind of otherworldly beauty that was not tainted by the smoke and fire of the mortal world, causing one to not have the slightest bit of dirty thoughts. Can you accompany me for a walk? Yen Qingyi's red lips parted slightly, and her voice was very light, as if it was not tainted with the smell of smoke and fire. With the invitation of a beauty, if Tang Zheng mercilessly refused, it would not be justifiable. Thus he nodded and stood up. Yen Qingyi did not say anything else and directly walked out of the door. Tang Zheng followed closely behind her and was a step behind. Looking at her back, he suddenly had a great interest in this young miss of the Yen family. She had an identity that others yearned for even in their dreams, but she did not cherish it in the slightest. She also did not do the things of a rich second generation, and instead left the mortal world to become a monk. It has to be said that she was an anomaly. Towards this kind of unusual person, Tang Zheng naturally had a desire to learn more. Yen Qingyi's steps were very slow, but each step seemed to have been measured with a ruler, not more, not less, not even a bit off. After passing through a winding corridor and passing through a small doorway, the scene in front of them suddenly opened up. A steep cliff and snow-white clouds impressively appeared in front of them. This was the beautiful scenery of Longxiang Mountain. The Yen family occupied this piece of land with good feng shui, which really made people envious. Not far from the cliff, there was a small and exquisite Taoist temple. This temple with black bricks and black tiles was hidden in the forest. It stood next to the cliff, adding a trace of quiet and secluded feeling to the mountain forest. Is that the Taoist temple you cultivate in? Tang Zheng curiously asked. Yen Qingyi glanced at it and lightly nodded. This doesn't really match your identity. Tang Zheng joked. With Yen Qingyi's identity, even if she was to become a monk, she would not be in such a shabby little Taoist temple. It's only a place for a monk to live. As long as one has the Tao in their heart, what difference does it make whether they are big or small? Yen Qingyi lightly said. Hee. As expected of a monk, your knowledge is indeed different from us, this kind of layman. Layman? You are not necessarily too modest. You are a cultivator. How many cultivators are there in this world? I think you should know better than me. You should also understand that your identity is not simple, so how could you be a layman? But no one said that cultivators are not laymen. They are always entangled with worldly matters. Unlike you who have seen through the mortal world. If you are not a layman, then what are you? Yen Qingyi looked at the clouds in the distance and said, I have not seen through the mortal world. People who cultivate the Tao in their hearts. There is no need to see through the mortal world. If you see through everything, then how can you cultivate the Tao? This Tao is the Tao of the world, and it is closely related to the mortal world. Only by understanding the mortal world can you truly cultivate the Tao. Oh! Tang Zheng exclaimed in surprise. This point was out of Tang Zheng's expectations and seemed to have a deeper meaning. There are thousands of Daos in the world. Everyone has their own Dao, and everyone's Dao is different. However, many people's Dao is too vulgar. They may not be able to understand their own Dao even if they spend their whole lives. May I ask what your Dao is? My Dao? Tang Zheng frowned. He had never thought about this question. He had experienced ups and downs along the way, but did he have a Dao? Tang Zheng really did not know the answer. You don't know? Tang Zheng nodded honestly. I am just a vulgar person. I really don't like to ponder about these complicated and profound things. No, it's just that your Dao has not yet revealed itself. When you continue to walk step by step in the future, you will eventually comprehend your Dao. At that time, your achievements and your cultivation will rise to another level. Tang Zheng smiled bitterly. Then I'll take advantage of your auspicious words. However, you specially brought me here for more than just talking about Dao, right? Yan Qingyi withdrew her gaze from the distance, and then stared at Tang Zheng. When their eyes met, Tang Zheng found that her gaze was deep. There was a kind of realm of selflessness that made people involuntarily fall into her eyes. Do you believe in fate? Yan Qingyi asked. Fate. Tang Zheng shook his head blankly. I don't know, but I do know one thing. I believe in myself. I believe that I can control my own fate with my own strength. It seems that you are very confident. You can say that. When Tang Zheng was a child, he believed that his own efforts could be exchanged for higher grades. Now he believed that hard work could increase his cultivation, and thus enhance his strength and control his own fate. Everyone has their own fate. You are the same. Since there is fate, it means that it is arranged by the heavenly Tao. Then there are traces to follow, and even know in advance. Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily and said, Your words are exactly the same as the fortune tellers on the street. I believe that if you go and do fortune telling, your business will definitely be good. Yan Qingyi acted as if she did not hear him and continued. To predict the future is to know a person's fate in advance. Oh, is there anyone in the world who has this ability? Tang Zheng asked casually. Yan Qingyi nodded seriously. Tang Zheng was stunned. He was just casually asking, why did she nod so firmly? Do you want to know your own fate? Yan Qingyi asked. Hee, do you really want to be a fortune teller? Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. Please answer me. Yan Qingyi was still serious. Seeing that she did not seem to be joking, Tang Zheng's smile gradually disappeared, and he looked at her suspiciously. If she was not Yan Qingyi, Tang Zheng would definitely think that he met with a scammer, and immediately turn around and leave. Since she was not joking, and she said with such certainty that there was such a person who could predict the future, it meant that she knew this person, or she was this person. Tang Zheng was shocked by his own deduction. Although he was a cultivator and knew mysterious techniques, he never thought that he could predict the future, because that kind of ability was too heaven-defying. Chapter 488. Yan Qingyi looked at Tang Zheng with burning eyes. She was also taking a huge risk by saying these words. If others knew that Yan Qingyi had the ability to predict the future, then the Yan family would definitely become the target of public criticism. This was because no one was willing to see such an opponent, because they would seek benefits and avoid harm, and thus develop and grow stronger. He had to eliminate such a heaven-defying opponent before the other party grew stronger. Yan Qingyi was truly too interested in Tang Zheng. Although she could predict the future and predicted that Tang Zheng would become a character who saved tens of thousands of people from fire and water in the future, telling him at this moment was also taking a huge risk, because it was extremely likely that it would change the direction of the future. However, she still couldn't help but want to see what was so special about this future savior. Tang Zheng's expression changed a few times, and in the end, he let out a long sigh and said, Forget it, knowing one's own destiny sounds very attractive, but if one knew one's own destiny, then what's the point of living? What's the point of living? What's the point of living? If a person's life loses the excitement of looking forward to the future, then it's fine if they don't want this kind of life. Yan Qingyi was startled. She did not expect him to reply in such a way. If an ordinary person had this chance, they would definitely be impatient to know what their future was like, and even Yan Patian would not be able to avoid it. However, Tang Zheng actually resisted the temptation. This was too precious. Yan Qingyi's calm eyes gradually lit up. He was indeed not an ordinary person. No wonder he would take on such a great responsibility in the future. Since he didn't want to know, she wouldn't take the risk to say it, in case it changed the direction of the future. However, Tang Zheng's curiosity was piqued. He sized up Yan Qingyi from head to toe, as if he wanted to see through her, but after looking at her for a long time, he still found nothing. Yan Qingyi did not have any inner strength in her body, nor did she have any innate chi fluctuations. She was just an ordinary person, but she could actually predict the future. Tang Zheng felt that it was too mysterious. How do you have the ability to predict the future? Tang Zheng could not help but ask curiously. Yan Qingyi smiled indifferently. Everyone has their own secrets, and I am no exception. Since the other party wasn't willing to say more, then Tang Zheng wouldn't pester him. After chatting for a while, he bid farewell and left. Yan Qingyi stared at Tang Zheng's back as it disappeared into the forest. She muttered to herself, Tang Zheng, I'm really looking forward to your performance. Tang Zheng left Beijing with Nana, Huang Xiang and Xiaobai. After getting off the plane, they went straight to ordinary balance. Mu Hongyan and the others were very busy. When they met again, Tang Zheng found that they were much more haggard. However, when they heard about the funds that Tang Zheng brought back, their haggard faces were swept away. Each of them was glowing, rubbing their hands together, and vowed to do a big job. This business empire was gradually taking shape. Tang Zheng, the hands-off shopkeeper, listened to some general reports and waved his hand, handing everyone over to them. As for how to deal with it, it was up to them to decide. Moreover, Yi Tianlei said not long ago that Mu Hongyan was a business genius. Being able to invite her to manage the overall situation was tantamount to picking up a treasure. Since it was a treasure, of course, he had to make the best use of it. Thus, he had no psychological burden as a hands-off shopkeeper. After staying in ordinary balance for 2 days, this year's winter vacation was very early. There was still some time before the new year. Tang Zheng decided to take advantage of this free time to go to the South Sea Dragon Palace. The Heaven and Earth Obsidian was of great importance. If he didn't get it, he would always feel uneasy. Reluctantly saying goodbye to his family and friends, he stepped on the plane that flew to the southernmost part of Wuxia. Whether this trip would be dangerous or not, he still couldn't predict, so he brought Huang Xiang and Xiaobai with him. If there was any danger, they could take care of each other. The spring festival had just started, but there weren't many passengers on this plane. Waiting for the plane to soar into the sky, Tang Zheng began to close his eyes to rest. The plane soared thousands of miles in the sky. The sun was shining outside the window, and occasionally white clouds floated by. The weather was very good. There was an empty seat next to Tang Zheng. Although he closed his eyes to rest, he still felt that someone was sitting next to him. He didn't take it seriously, and continued to close his eyes to rest. After a long time, he faintly opened his eyes and inadvertently glanced at the seat next to him. Suddenly he was frightened, as if he was bitten by a poisonous snake. If it wasn't for the seatbelt, he would have stood up directly. However, he quickly calmed down. His eyes slightly narrowed as he firmly warned the other party. You're really like a ghost that won't go away. Why are you following me again? A burst of bell-like laughter rang out. Tang Zheng, you were so scared when you saw me. Am I that ugly? So scary? You're not ugly, but that doesn't mean that ugly people are scary. You're the dignified holy maiden of Li Palace, but instead of staying in Li Palace, you're following me like a ghost. What exactly do you want to do? Do you want to kill me? Tang Zheng asked in an unfriendly tone. On that rainy night, if not for Wu protecting him, he would have already been killed by Li Xiaotian while he was unconscious. The relationship between Tang Zheng and Li Xiaotian was very complicated. The two of them had experienced a lot together, and even in the 10,000 huge mountains, they had experienced many dangers together. It could be said that they had gone through thick and thin together. However, his wariness towards Li Xiaotian was even stronger than his wariness towards Wu. This was because Li Xiaotian was a fickle person that was hard to figure out. Her words and actions changed a lot. Originally, She was still talking and laughing, but in the blink of an eye, she could kill you without even blinking. This kind of person only acted based on their own interests. This kind of person was very terrifying, because you didn't know when you would harm their interests and become their mortal enemy. Hearing Tang Zheng's unfriendly tone, Li Xiaotian laughed and said, "Yes, I really want to kill you, because you are already a huge danger factor. Moreover, you already have enmity towards me. So if I don't kill you before you are completely strong, when you become strong enough in the future, I won't be able to contend against you at all. At that time, there will be no hope for me to kill you. And at that time, it will be my bad luck. You and I were originally going to stay out of each other's way. Why are you doing this? Because you are a cultivator, and after witnessing the power of the 100 Transformation Star Lord, I understand the terror of cultivators. If we were to let cultivators return in the future, us martial artists would be in deep trouble. Actually, these were all the responsibilities of the martial sect. But did the people of the martial sect have water in their heads? Not only did they not kill you, they even helped you. However, it doesn't matter. I'll do it for them." Li Xiaoyan's tone was very relaxed, without the slightest fluctuation in his emotions, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Tang Zheng asked himself many times if he could not do what she did. No wonder she was able to become the holy maiden of Li Palace. She was indeed different from ordinary people. "I am completely different from the 100 Transformation Star Lord. Why do you have to target me? People will change. You are different from him now, but who knows if you will be the same as him in the future. Therefore, the danger had to be strangled in the cradle. In addition, I have always been attached to the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrows. If I kill you, won't I be able to obtain these 2 divine armaments?" Li Xiaotian blinked her big black eyes and said playfully, "Then I'm afraid it won't be as you wish. If you want to kill me, you're still lacking a bit of ability. Moreover, since you have the intention to kill me, I won't let you off either," Tang Zheng said resolutely with a murderous aura. Tang Zheng did not have the habit of not killing women. Women were also humans, and since men and women were equal, then if men could kill women, could it be that women could not be killed? Moreover, the other party was still an enemy. If he did not kill him, could it be that he was waiting for the other party to assassinate him again and again? Wouldn't he be the world's greatest fool? So scary you can actually ruthlessly attack me. Li Xiaotian patted his chest and pretended to be afraid. "Stop acting, there are no other spectators here, so it's useless for you to act. Moreover, I can't kill you on this plane, otherwise, it won't be good if other people are buried with you," Tang Zheng said. "Yo, you're quite sympathetic. You even know how to care about the lives of others. You're indeed a little different from that 100 Transformation Star Lord," Li Xiaotian joked. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes at her. He was too lazy to care about her, and prepared to close his eyes to rest. But Li Xiaotian was not prepared to give up just like that and asked, "Aren't you curious why I came to find you again?" Tang Zheng remained silent. Li Xiaotian didn't care and said, "Since you know that I want to kill you, I followed you to the sky. Of course, it's not to accompany you to see the scenery, but for my purpose, to kill you." Tang Zheng suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like lightning, and was quite frightening. Li Xiaotian chuckled and asked, "Are you afraid? Could it be that you want to kill me on the plane, and let so many innocent people die with me?" Tang Zheng asked coldly. "Hee, innocent people. Do you think they are all innocent people? Then why don't you personally ask them if they are innocent?" Li Xiaotian reached out to cover her cherry mouth, and pointed to the other passengers and asked. Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked up, only to see that there were about 100 people on the plane, and many of them were focused in his direction. When Tang Zheng's gaze swept over, everyone subconsciously lowered their heads, unwilling to look at Tang Zheng, but it was already too late. Tang Zheng had already noticed the clues. These passengers were not ordinary people. Each and every one of them had eyes like lightning, bright and full of expression. One could tell at a glance that they were not good people. Tang Zheng was shocked. There were no innocent people on this plane. The other passengers had already been cleared out, and in their place were enemies who wanted to kill him. What a big move. Tang Zheng coldly snorted, and said, "You're not afraid. as expected of a body full of guts, admirable. But from now on, I won't be able to see you again, it's quite a pity. Li Xiaotian shook her head, and said regretfully. Stop playing around, since Li Palace has made such a big move to kill me, then come. Tang Zheng was suddenly not afraid, and had already unbuckled his seat belt. On the other side, Huang Xiang also quietly unbuckled his seat belt, his face ashen, ready to attack at any time. Chapter 489. When Tang Zheng heard this, he carefully looked and found that it was indeed the case. The people from Li Palace were all women, and these were all tall and sturdy men. It seems that you have found a helper. I am not your opponent, so of course I need to find a helper. This time my helper is not simple, Li Xiaotian proudly said. Just as he finished speaking, a person walked over. Tang Zheng's pupils shrank as he stared at the person and coldly said, Xingfeng, it's you? Li Xiaotian was actually working with the dragon group. This was really unexpected. Tang Zheng, I know that you definitely still have the life-continuing pill. Hand it over, and we can let you go, Xingfeng murderously said. You still want the life-continuing pill? Tang Zheng coldly said. You really don't want to give up? Tang Zheng, going against the dragon group is going against the country. You are digging your own grave. Your words sound dignified and even better than singing. But what qualifications do you have to represent the country? Don't talk to me about these useless things. It is you guys who want to go against me and not me who wants to go against you. If you want to use your strength to bully the weak, then let's see if you are strong enough. Tang Zheng said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Li Xiaotian coldly watched from the side. Seeing that Tang Zheng was unyielding, he could not help but clap his hands and said with a smile, You really have spirit. Strong, strong. Since it is like this, then what are you waiting for? Finished speaking, Li Xiaotian stood up and took a few steps back. Xingfeng did not say anything and waved his hand. In an instant, Tang Zheng and Huang Xiang were surrounded by layers upon layers of people. You want to attack me from 10,000 meters up in the air? You guys are dreaming, Tang Zheng jokingly said. It is because we are 10,000 meters up in the air that you have nowhere to hide and nowhere to run, Xingfeng proudly said. With the previous experience, Xingfeng had clearly learned his lesson. Is that so? Tang Zheng did not comment. Do it. Xingfeng waved his hand, and more than 10 guns were pointed at Tang Zheng and Huang Xiang. I know you're not afraid of ordinary guns. Have a taste of the power of these guns. Tang Zheng felt a chill in his heart. These guns were definitely not ordinary guns. He did not dare to be careless and waited for them. Bang, bang, bang. The other party pulled the triggers together, and bullets shot out from the muzzles. Before the bullets hit Tang Zheng, they exploded, and the air seemed to freeze. Tang Zheng's expression suddenly changed. He shouted, Be careful, and pushed out both of his palms. With a whoosh, a strong wind blew in their faces. Everyone felt a burning sensation on their cheeks, as if they were being burned by fire. The cold air produced by the explosion was instantly neutralized, but the other party did not stop. Instead, he continued to pull the trigger. Bullets blotted out the sky and instantly enveloped the space in front of Tang Zheng. You want to force me to submit just like that? Dream on. Sky-swallowing technique. Tang Zheng roared. He drew a circle in front of his chest with his palm, and an invisible suction force was instantly produced. It was as if a black hole had appeared in the void. The bullets that blotted out the sky disappeared without any warning. Many people cried out in alarm. Even Li Xiaotian's eyes flashed with a strange light. Now it's our turn. Do it. Before Tang Zheng finished speaking, he had already leaped out like a fierce tiger. In such a small space, although the enemy had the advantage of numbers, not everyone could use their full strength. There were only about 10 people who could face Tang Zheng face to face. Although the other party was a super soldier, there was still a large gap between their individual strength and Tang Zheng's. Therefore, under Tang Zheng's bold and fierce moves, several people had already fallen. Huang Xiang did not care. He passed by Tang Zheng, and directly charged into the enemy's battle. Battle cries rose and fell, and people kept falling. Xingfeng's face was ashen. Li Xiaotian crossed his arms and urged. Why aren't you using your killer move? If this goes on, your subordinates will be wiped out. But if I kill him like that, I won't be able to get the life-continuing pill. Then I won't be able to report to my superiors. Xing Feng hesitated. The life-continuing pill was something that his superiors wanted. If he failed again, then he really would not have the face to report to his superiors. Kill him and take his sumaru pouch. Won't you be able to get what you want? Li Xiaotian suggested. Tang Zheng could make other things appear at any time, so he definitely had a treasure like the sumaru pouch. This was not difficult for Li Xiaotian and Xing Feng to guess. Okay, kill him. Xing Feng was also rather envious of the mysterious Four Symbols Venerable One. The life-continuing pill could be handed over to the higher-ups, but if the Four Symbols Venerable One could keep it for his own use, then he could safely make up for his lack of strength. Seeing that Xing Feng's killing intent had been aroused, the corner of Li Xiaotian's mouth curled up, and he sneered in his heart. Idiot, I have my heaven-shocking bow and shooting sun arrows in my sumaru pouch. How could I let you off so easily? Open the cabin door. Xing Feng ordered loudly. With a bang, the cabin door opened, and a strong suction force was produced. The things inside the cabin flew out of the cabin, and flew 10,000 meters into the air. A few super warriors were also sucked out, while Tang Zheng and Huang Xiang were forced to retreat towards the cabin door. The two of them seemed to have grown roots in the cabin, and did not move an inch. However, they could not resist the enemy's pressure. They approached the cabin door step by step, and the huge suction force caused their clothes to flutter, causing their faces to hurt. What are they doing? Could it be that they want to force me out of the sky and fall to my death? Tang Zheng thought suspiciously. Whiz! With a sharp sound of something tearing through the air, a rocket actually rose into the air and shot towards Tang Zheng. F***CK, what are they doing? Aren't they afraid of blowing up the plane? Aren't they afraid of death? Tang Zheng shouted crazily, but facing the continuous barrage of rockets, this was completely different from the bullets from before. In terms of explosive power, the rockets were even stronger. Bang! With a loud explosion, Tang Zheng and Huang Xiang were sent flying by the blazing heat wave, and a large hole was blown in the wall of the cabin. The alarm in the cabin rang nonstop. However, the others acted as if they did not see it. Seeing that Tang Zheng and Huang Xiang were sent flying by the wave of air, everyone immediately jumped out of the hole. What the hell are they doing? Are they really not afraid of death? Tang Zheng was dumbstruck. The other party's actions were completely out of his expectations. But soon, Tang Zheng's question was answered, because two flames spurted out from the feet of each super soldier, and their bodies were suspended in mid-air. So they have special equipment. No wonder they are so fearless. Are they bullying me because I don't have any equipment? Are they planning to fall to my death? Tang Zheng felt the wind blowing in his ears. The feeling of weightlessness was a test of one's mental and physical endurance. However, Tang Zheng did not panic. When he saw the pursuers diving down without holding back, he calmly took out the dragon-trapping lasso. The dragon-trapping lasso was like an extension of his arm, easily binding a few super soldiers. With a few cracking sounds, the equipment on their legs was destroyed by the dragon-trapping lasso. And then these guys without wings quickly fell down, their screams echoing through the sky. Tang Zheng sneered. He thought that these super soldiers were really not afraid of death, but it turned out that they knew fear even without equipment. The only person who was not afraid was Huang Xiang. His eyes were wide open as he fell uncontrollably. However, he did not panic, and there was not even the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. Tang Zheng glanced at him and shouted, "Don't just watch, attack the enemy." Huang Xiang's body suddenly froze for a moment. The ghost head blade slashed out in the air, and a person was directly killed by the blade, turning into a rain of blood. Missiles lock onto him. With Xing Feng's order, a pocket-sized missile launcher rose from the shoulders of a few super soldiers. Swoosh swoosh. The missile followed a strange path and flew towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was in midair and had nowhere to relay the missile. Seeing a missile flying towards him, he immediately took out his heaven-shocking bow and sun-shooting arrow. With a whoosh, a shooting sun arrow hit the missile. Flames rose into the air, But the shooting sun arrow was not destroyed. It only had its attack power reduced and flew to the side. Li Xiaotian, who had been watching coldly from the side, also had a full set of equipment. He quickly grabbed the sun-shooting arrow, and could not hide the joy on his face. Back then, he had only managed to obtain a sun-shooting arrow from Tang Zheng's hands after racking his brains. Today he had obtained another one. It was not in vain to cooperate with the dragon group, and endure Xingfeng's bad temper. When Tang Zheng saw that a sun-shooting arrow had fallen into Li Xiaoyan's hands, although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Huang Xiang's method of dealing with the missile was even more efficient. He did not back down at all, and instead used his blade to deal with the missile. Bang! With an explosive sound, Huang Xiang was sent tumbling a few times by the explosion. His body was blasted open, and his clothes were tattered as fresh blood flowed out. However, he did not feel any pain at all. Instead, he roared like a madman, filled with anger. Tangzheng, today is the day you die. Let's see how you're going to escape. Xingfeng looked down from above and roared complacently. Tangzheng looked at the other party hatefully. They were fully prepared and purposely moved at such a high altitude, greatly limiting Tangzheng's fighting strength. The speed at which they were falling was getting faster and faster, and they were getting closer and closer to the ground. What entered their eyes was a boundless blue sea. The reason they chose to make their move above the sea was to avoid attracting the attention of the people on the land. Although it was all water below them, the water was still fatal. Falling into the water at such a high speed. Not to mention that Tang Zheng's chaotic Vajra spell had not reached large success. Even if he had, falling into the water at such a high speed would still be enough to choke on. This won't do, we're definitely going to die like this. We have to think of a way. Tang Zheng was anxious, but Qiangzi was calm as his thoughts raced. However, Xingfeng obviously did not want to give the two of them the chance to think. Attacks came one after another, whether it was the cold air bullets or the missiles. They all greeted the two of them with all their might. They wanted to counterattack, but the other party relied on their equipment and dodged far away, leaving Tang Zheng helpless. The smile on Xingfeng's face grew wider and wider, while Li Xiaotian was relatively calm. She had interacted with Tang Zheng for so many days, so she understood him better. Until the last moment, she could not predict what would happen, much less determine the outcome. Chapter 490. As they approached the surface of the sea, they could already see the reflection of the sun. Venerable Four Symbols, it's up to you now. Tang Zheng gave a loud cry as the Four Symbols Senior appeared out of thin air. Tang Zheng leaped up and climbed onto the Four Symbols Senior's shoulder before drilling into the Four Symbols Senior's chest. He hurriedly controlled the Venerable Four Symbols to catch the falling Huang Xiang. At that moment, a missile hit the Venerable Four Symbols, causing sparks to erupt from its body. Many people cheered, but the cheers quickly turned into cries of surprise. Although the Venerable Four Symbols was hit by the missile, it was unharmed. I'll show you the power of the Venerable Four Symbols. With a thought from Tang Zheng, the Venerable Four Symbols waved its hand. Bang! A super soldier was sent flying by the fist and fell into the sea like a cannonball, causing a huge splash. Retreat, retreat quickly. Xingfeng knew how powerful the Venerable Four Symbols was. Seeing this, he hurriedly ordered. Everyone quickly retreated and fired at the Venerable Four Symbols. However, the Venerable Four Symbols was invulnerable and unharmed. Boom! A heaven-shaking explosion sounded out as the Four Symbols Senior fell into the sea, causing huge waves to soar into the sky. Even though Tang Zheng was inside the Four Symbols Senior's body, he was still knocked dizzy by the huge impact. Fortunately, he was not seriously injured. Squeak squeak. Xiaobai suddenly appeared in front of Tang Zheng out of thin air. Previously, because of the flight, Tang Zheng used an illusion to temporarily cut off Xiaobai's connection with the outside world. The outside world could not see it, and it did not know what was happening outside. Due to the violent tremors, the illusion lost its effect and Whitey was revealed. The little guy stretched its neck and looked around with its big eyes, not knowing what had happened. Tang Zheng patted its head to comfort it, then turned his attention to the outside world. The Venerable Four Symbols was a huge creature, and weighed a lot. Of course, it could not swim. As soon as it entered the sea, it quickly sank. By the time the super soldiers reached the surface, the venerable four symbols had completely sunk into the sea. Tang Zheng hid within the body of the four symbols venerable, and was completely isolated from the seawater outside. He was completely fine. Huang Xiang was also lying on the shoulder of the four symbols venerable without any abnormality. Huang Xiang was Tian Chanzi's puppet. Although his appearance was still that of a human, because of his cultivation, his body was completely different from that of an ordinary human. Therefore, even if he was in the sea, he would still be fine without breathing. Moreover, the pressure from the sea wouldn't harm his body for the time being. The sea had returned to its calm state. The Dragon Group's equipment could only fly in the air and not dive. So they could only watch as Tang Zheng disappeared into the sea. Xingfeng's face was ashen as he cursed. A bunch of useless things. There are so many of you. Yet you can't even deal with the two of them. What are you waiting for? Take off your equipment, and dive down to take a look. A few super soldiers jumped into the water to investigate, while the others stared at the surface of the sea. The smile on Li Xiaoyan's face disappeared as well. He sighed faintly and said, "It's useless. Since he disappeared from our sight, it'll be difficult for us to find him again." "Humph, don't tell me he'll just stay under the water and not come out? I don't believe he'll turn into a fish in the sea," Xing Feng said unwillingly. Li Xiaotian didn't comment and said, "This time I cooperated with you because I thought the Dragon Group's strength was outstanding. Now it seems that my expectations were a bit too high." Xing Feng snorted and said, "Perhaps the Dragon Group's strength is still weak now, but in the future the Dragon Group won't lose to any of the three great organizations." Li Xiaotian shrugged and said, "Then I'll wait and see. But let me remind you that Tang Zheng isn't an ordinary person. He's already escaped from your hands 3 times. The next time you want to catch him, it'll be even more difficult. You'll have to find another way." "What do you mean?" "It's very simple to deal with a person. As long as you find his weak spot, you can make him surrender without resistance. He'll do whatever you want him to do," Li Xiaotian said with a smile, but his eyes were like a poisonous snake, causing others to tremble in fear. Xing Feng didn't feel any fear. On the contrary, his interest was piqued and he said, "I'd like to hear the details." Li Xiaotian was just about to speak when he saw a few people rushing out of the water. Then they fell from the sky and fiercely crashed into the water. "Attention!" Xing Feng only had time to warn before he saw a huge monster rushing out of the water. It jumped out of the water and with a sweep of its long arm, it directly attacked the super soldiers. On the shoulder of this huge monster were 2 fellows, one big and one small. The big fellow was Huang Xiang. His whole body was drenched as he raised the demon head blade with water droplets on it and slashed down. The small fellow was Xiaobai. He opened his mouth and flames filled the sky. It was as if the sky had been lit up, and the super soldiers were immediately set on fire. Bang! 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 Bullets and missiles quickly greeted the 4 symbols venerable. However, the 4 symbols venerable's momentum had already been exhausted. He fell into the water and disappeared without a trace. The few super soldiers who were hit fell into the water one after another, losing their ability to fight. Xing Feng clenched his fists so hard that the veins on his forehead popped out. He gritted his teeth and roared. Damn it! He didn't escape but launched a counterattack instead. For such a huge monster to be able to counterattack in the sea, it's really strange. Li Xiaotian didn't say a word. He carefully observed the sea below and suddenly said, "This part of the sea is very shallow. That's why the 4 symbols venerable leaped out of the water with the help of a huge rebound force." Xing Feng was shocked and asked, "That means he can attack again?" "Yes." Li Xiaotian nodded. As if to prove her words, the 4 symbols venerable leaped out of the water with a loud sound and launched an attack on the other super soldiers. These super soldiers were completely wiped out again. Xing Feng was so angry that he cried out, "Are you all blind? Don't you know how to dodge? Hurry up and take to the air. Get out of his attack range." The remaining super soldiers all took to the air and looked down at the sea from a height of over 1,000 meters. Not long after, the 4 symbols venerable leaped out of the sea again. However, this time because the enemy was too far away, he returned without any success. Seeing the 4 symbols venerable swagger into the sea, Xingfeng gritted his teeth and said, "You mentioned a weakness just now. What's Tang Zheng's weakness?" Li Xiaotian smiled mysteriously and said, "He's been an orphan since he was young. He's been relying on a grandfather who adopted him. This grandfather of his is his lifeblood. As long as you catch him, Tang Zheng will be at your mercy." Xingfeng was overjoyed. Why didn't he think of this? He had only thought of dealing with Tang Zheng himself, and neglected other methods. This was a way to get things done once and for all. Moreover, catching an old man would be as easy as flipping his hand. It was really too easy. Li Xiaotian smiled as he looked at Xingfeng, who readily accepted this suggestion. His eyes narrowed into slits as he thought proudly, "Xingfeng, do you really think I'm giving you advice? Hee, you're really too naive." Li Xiaotian's gaze turned cold, but Xingfeng was immersed in joy and didn't notice. Tang Dehai is Tang Zheng's reverse scale. If you dare to touch him, Tang Zheng will fight you at all costs. At that time, I'll see how long your dragon group can last. The government wants to use the dragon group to check and balance our 3 major organizations. Their thinking is too simple. We can't directly interfere with the dragon group's matters, but we don't mind finding some trouble for you. If Xingfeng knew what she was thinking at this moment, he would definitely give her the title of two-faced woman. Her schemes were too deep, and the slightest bit of carelessness would cause him to fall into her trap. Xingfeng didn't know this, so he didn't realize that he had fallen into Li Xiaotian's trap. He couldn't wait to capture Tang Zheng and force him to hand over the life-continuing pill. No, not only the life-continuing pill, Xingfeng wanted all of his treasures. Retreat. With Xingfeng's order, he took the lead and flew towards land. Li Xiaotian deeply looked at the calm sea and muttered to herself, "He's not accompanying his family at home during the winter break. What is he doing in the southern sea?" She couldn't figure out the reason no matter how hard she racked her brains. She couldn't continue to guard here because it would be useless. With the protection of the 4 symbols venerables, Tang Zheng could completely dive under the sea. Her guess wasn't wrong. When Tang Zheng confirmed that the enemy had retreated, he didn't jump out of the water, but instead dived a few hundred meters under the sea. It was true that the 4 symbols venerables were huge creatures, but in the vast sea, they were insignificant. Diving under the sea wouldn't cause any big movements. The pressure of the several hundred meters under the sea was huge, but it didn't affect the 4 symbols venerables and Huang Xiang much. Another matter also shocked Tang Zheng. Xiaobai's swimming ability was actually very good. It was as free as a small fish. Its 4 claws were constantly paddling the sea, and its speed wasn't slow either. Furthermore, it could also withstand the pressure of the several hundred meters under the sea. From time to time, it would spit out a few small bubbles. It was very cute. The Dragon Palace was located very far from the coastline. Tang Zheng was still quite a distance away. He dived under the sea, and the sea was getting deeper and deeper. Gradually, it was over 1,000 meters under the sea. The 4 symbols venerables and Xiaobai were still safe and sound, but Huang Xiang couldn't take it anymore. He kept spitting out bubbles, and his movements became stiff and slow. Although Huang Xiang's body was strong, the pressure at the bottom of the sea was too great. He couldn't take it anymore. "This won't do. I still have to go to the surface." Tang Zheng didn't know how long he had dived for, nor did he know where he was. Therefore, he had no choice but to go to the surface. Bang! The 4 symbols venerables stomped on the seabed, and the seawater immediately turned turbid. Then the 4 symbols venerables charged up like a cannonball. This was already the deep sea, and there were many large fish. Tang Zheng even saw himself flash past a whale. The whale was so frightened that it hurriedly swayed its tail to avoid the huge creature. The other small fish and shrimps were as if they were facing a great enemy. They were almost scared out of their wits. Just as he was about to burst out of the water, Tang Zheng put the 4 symbols venerables back into his sumaru pouch. Then he surfaced with Huang Xiang and Xiaobai. Chapter 491. There were no clouds in the sky. A pure white sailboat was floating in the vast sea, and a person was lying on the deck. Tang Zheng and Huang Xiang came out of the water and made a lot of noise. They immediately woke up the person lying on the deck sunbathing. She immediately stood up and looked at the strangers who suddenly appeared in surprise. She covered her cherry mouth in surprise. But she quickly reacted and waved to Tang Zheng. Then, with a beautiful diving posture, she jumped directly from the deck into the sea and swam quickly towards Tang Zheng like a mermaid. Tang Zheng looked at this scene with his mouth agape. This was really beyond his expectations. When he saw the mermaid getting closer and closer, he also came back to his senses, but he did not act rashly. Instead, he looked at the mermaid who was getting closer and closer. The mermaid took a deep breath and finally stopped hitting the water and stopped in front of Tang Zheng. Huh? You didn't drown? She did not speak in Wuxia language, but in English. Fortunately, Tang Zheng's English is good and he understood. We didn't drown. Tang Zheng said. Then why are you in the sea? She asked with her big round eyes. Tang Zheng stared at the other party without blinking. The other party was indeed a famous mermaid. In fact, she was really beautiful. She was a Westerner, tall, with deep eyes, especially her hair and skin that were wet by the sea, glowing with a crystal luster, and her big eyes seemed to be able to speak, blinking. More importantly, she was wearing bikinis. Her exquisite and graceful figure was revealed without a doubt. Every inch of her body was just right. Especially the surging waves on her chest. They were constantly swaying as they were hit by the waves, causing ripples in one's heart. Tang Zheng quickly calmed his mind and looked at the other party curiously, then glanced at the sailboat not far away. Although he didn't know much about sailboats, it seemed that this sailboat was also very valuable, which meant that the other party's identity was not ordinary. In addition, what made Tang Zheng like her even more was that she did not hesitate to jump into the water to rescue them. As a beauty, it was not easy to have this kind of courage and kindness. We are fishermen. We went out to sea to catch fish, but we were careless and our boat was destroyed by the waves. After that, we drifted on the sea. Fortunately, we met you. Otherwise, we would have been buried in the sea. Tang Zheng made up a story and said with great emotion. Surprisingly, the mermaid did not suspect anything. Instead, she said sympathetically, "Then you are really pitiful. Fortunately, I met you. This means that your bad luck has come to an end. Thank you for saving my life." Tang Zheng said gratefully. "Don't say too much. Let's get on the boat," the mermaid said. The few of them swam back to the boat. Tang Zheng glanced around and did not see anyone else. This mermaid was very bold. She was not afraid that they were bad people and directly picked them up on the boat. She was not vigilant at all. He did not know what she was doing drifting on the sea. The mermaid carefully looked at the two of them and muttered in her heart. These two did not seem like fishermen. However, she did not delve into it because her attention was quickly attracted by Xiao Bai. The little guy was standing on the deck and shaking off the water. He was pouting his little pink mouth and was quite cute. The mermaid's eyes lit up and she cheered. "Wow, what a cute little animal." Xiao Bai looked up and pouted at her. He jumped onto Tang Zheng's shoulder and grabbed Tang Zheng's wet hair. He looked at the mermaid curiously. "What kind of animal is this? How come I've never seen it before?" she asked in surprise. Tang Zheng looked at her in surprise. When other people saw Xiao Bai at first glance, they would treat it as an ordinary puppy. Only she did not classify Xiao Bai as a puppy. "He's called Xiao Bai. He's my pet." Tang Zheng did not answer Xiao Bai's type. The mermaid nodded but did not ask further. Because with her family's upbringing, it was very rude to ask further. "How cute. Looking at your appearance, are you from an island nation?" the mermaid asked. This was a common phenomenon. In the eyes of these Westerners, when they saw people with Eastern faces, they would first think of people from an island nation. They would not think of them as people of the great Wuxia. It had to be said that this was a great irony. "We are from Wuxia." Tang Zheng corrected. The mermaid was startled and quickly apologized. "I'm really sorry." "It's okay. Wuxia is a country with a long history of civilization. I've always been looking forward to it," the mermaid said in the purest Wuxia language. Tang Zheng was stunned. Did he hear wrong? She actually spoke Wuxia language, and it was very standard. She was definitely a person who had received the most professional training. Looking at Tang Zheng's expression, the corners of her mouth rose slightly and said, "I have a talent for languages, so I learned a few more." Tang Zheng sighed. "Amazing. I haven't asked your name yet. You can call me Anne. What about you? My name is Tang Zheng. He's Huangziang. Nice to meet you. Anne smiled. The light of the sun in the sky seemed to be covered by her smile. Your fishing boat was destroyed by the waves. Where are you going now? Back to Wuxia? And asked. Where are you going? I'm going to the southernmost part of the ocean. Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. The Dragon Palace was still further south. It was on the way, so he said. We're not going back home. I have friends fishing further south. We're going to meet them there. And said happily, Really? That's great. Then we can go together. That way we won't be lonely on the way. Tang Zheng couldn't help but laugh. This mermaid was too gullible. He casually made up a reason, and she actually believed it. It seemed that she was inexperienced and didn't have much social experience. This was for the best. Tang Zheng also didn't have to be careful. The two sides chatted for a while. Tang Zheng gradually understood that this mermaid had a strong sense of adventure. She was actually sailing around the world alone. Tang Zheng was flabbergasted. Her guts were simply too big. Not to mention encountering bad people, even if there were all kinds of big waves, it would be filled with unknown risks. Her family was actually willing to let her take this risk. In addition, she wasn't from the Western Empire as Tang Zheng thought. She came from a small country on the European continent with a long history, Sweden. The largest country on the European continent was the Atlantic Empire, but there were other scattered small countries, and Sweden was one of them. Sweden had a long history and still retained the royal system. Although it was a small country, its economy was quite extraordinary, and kept asking about Wuxia's local conditions and customs. She seemed to be very interested in Wuxia. In addition, the knowledge revealed in her words made Tang Zheng secretly admire her. From astronomy to geography, even literature, art, history, and philosophy, she was quite accomplished in all of them. Moreover, she was very familiar with a lot of uncommon knowledge, many of which were things that Tang Zheng had never heard of before, causing him to be flabbergasted and suddenly enlightened. Her family must be either rich or noble. Otherwise it would be impossible for them to nurture such an outstanding talent. Moreover, the aura she exudes is the true aura of a noble. Her every move seems casual, but in reality, it has a deep meaning. Tang Zheng muttered in his heart, and was completely different from the nouveau riche second generation in the country. Everything she showed made Tang Zheng look at her in a new light, and arranged cabins for the two of them, and then quietly sailed the sailboat. Tang Zheng had nothing to do, so he sat on the deck and watched the clouds and the sea scenery. After a day of sailing, they came to a deeper part of the ocean. There were no clouds for thousands of miles, and the wind was calm. It was as if they were gliding on a mirror, making them feel relaxed and happy. Tang Zheng experienced the scenery of the ocean, and was intoxicated by it. Annie would occasionally exchange a few words with him and introduce knowledge of the ocean to him, which greatly benefited him. Suddenly, 3 speedboats appeared on the surface of the sea and quickly sailed toward the sailboat. Why are there these small speedboats in the middle of the sea? What are they doing? Tang Zheng muttered in his heart, and obviously also noticed the other party. She walked out of the cockpit and stood on the deck to look. Who are they? Tang Zheng asked curiously, and shook her head. I don't know. I've never encountered such a situation before. As they spoke, the speedboats arrived in front of the sailboat and slowed down. The speedboats surrounded the sailboat from front to back. Tang Zheng's pupil shrank. He clearly saw the people on the speedboats. They didn't come with good intentions. These people were all carrying guns, ammunition, and other weapons, and walked to the side of the boat and looked at the other party. What do you want? She asked. Haha, we're going to be rich this time. This lady is obviously not an ordinary person. You'll definitely get a lot of ransom money. A thin man with buckteeth laughed and spoke in English. Tang Zheng and An frowned at the same time, and angrily said, Who are you people? Pirates. The man with buckteeth said proudly. Tang Zheng's head thumped. The outside world had always said that the sea at the southern end of the ocean wasn't peaceful. There were many pirates, big and small, who specialized in robbery and kidnapping. Tang Zheng had always lived on the mainland, and didn't have a direct impression of these things. It was really too much of a coincidence to be able to meet them this time. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. He looked at the pirates with interest. There were more than 10 pirates in total. Each of them was carrying a rifle or a pistol. One of them even had a rocket launcher on his shoulder. Their firepower wasn't weak, and was more than enough to deal with ordinary people. No wonder they were able to succeed so many times. And didn't panic when she heard the other party's identity. Instead, she was calm and said righteously, "Being a pirate is against the law. Repent and be saved. Turning over a new leaf is the right path." Repent and be saved? Turning over a new leaf? Huh? The pirate laughed wildly as if he had heard the funniest joke. Suddenly, the buckteeth's smile disappeared. And he said with a murderous look, "Arrest them all for me. This time we've kidnapped a big one. After this one is done, we can rest for a while." Chapter 492. It was Tang Zheng's first time seeing pirates, so he wasn't afraid. Instead, he was a little curious. Looking at Anne's attitude, he felt that she was a little silly and cute. It was a waste of saliva to talk with these useless people. The pirates were holding rifles, and the muzzles were waving around. It was obvious that they were a motley crew. Tang Zheng wasn't even interested in making a move. Instead, he wanted to see what the other party was going to do. "This person is scared silly. Haha, useless man." The pirate smirked, and didn't expect the two fishermen to resist. Seeing the pirate pouncing towards her, she reached her hand to her thigh and pulled out a pocket pistol. She pointed it at the pirate and shouted, "Don't move or I'll shoot." "Haha, you want to scare us with a toy gun?" The pirate wasn't afraid at all. Instead, the buck-toothed pirate swaggered towards Anne. "I'm really going to shoot." Anne's body trembled. Bang! The gunshot shocked everyone. The pirate almost pulled the trigger and shot at them, but he restrained himself in the end. This was because Annie's shot did not hit anyone, and the bullet was thousands of miles off target. "Ha!" Buck-toothed laughed wildly. "You dare to shoot with this kind of marksmanship? Brother will teach you how to play with a gun." Sent. Buck-toothed grabbed the pistol and threw it into the sea. He pointed the rifle muzzle at Anne and shouted angrily, "See, this is a gun. A man's gun. Hee, I'll let you see a man's other, more powerful gun in a moment." When the other pirates heard this, they laughed even more unscrupulously. Their eyes kept sizing up Anne. Anne's heart trembled. She quickly hugged her chest, but it didn't have the slightest power. Instead, it looked delicate and pitiful, causing ripples in people's hearts. "Tie them up." Several pirates hurriedly tied the three people up with ropes. Tang Zheng and Huang Xiang didn't resist because Tang Zheng had a new idea. These pirates weren't good people. They had burned, killed, and plundered countless times. Since he had encountered them today, it was their bad luck. If he could get rid of these guys while he was at it, he would be doing a good deed. Pirates were a group of people, and it was impossible for there to be only a few of them. Therefore, Tang Zheng was prepared to pretend to be a hostage and infiltrate the pirates' base, then remove this malignant tumor in one fell swoop. "There's a puppy here. We'll have dog meat tonight." Buckteeth shouted excitedly when he saw Xiaobai. "Capture him." Xiaobai opened his mouth to protest but was stopped by Tang Zheng's gaze. However, when he saw the pirate approaching with a knife, Xiaobai did not sit still. He jumped into the sea and disappeared. "Sigh, what bad luck. That little bastard is actually so smart. He escaped. Jumping into this boundless sea means certain death, so it would be better to make us a side dish," Buckteeth said regretfully. Tang Zheng was not worried about Xiaobai, because he saw a white figure falling into the ship from afar. "This ship is high-grade goods. We really got a big fish this time," the pirate said excitedly as he looked around and knocked on the side of the ship. "This ship is yours, right, little girl?" Buckteeth asked Anne. "It's mine." "Then who are they?" Looking at them, it's obvious they're not with you. Their clothes are also shabby, so it's obvious they don't have much money. It's better to just push them into the sea," Buckteeth said fiercely. "Stop, they're my friends. If you dare to touch them, don't think of getting a penny," and shouted to stop him. Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. This mermaid is quite loyal. Hee, so you must be very rich. How much can you pay to redeem your lives? Buckteeth licked his lips and asked expectantly, How much do you want? And raised her head and asked. When the pirates heard this, their eyes lit up. When Tang Zheng saw this, he sighed inwardly. This mermaid really didn't have much social experience. Wouldn't it seem like he was a big piece of fat meat if she said that? These pirates wouldn't let her go so easily, and would even ask for an exorbitant price. 50 million. Buckteeth stretched out a hand and said excitedly and nervously. This price tag was already very high because it was equivalent to $300 million in Wuxia dollars. This was truly an exorbitant price tag. No problem. Unexpectedly, and agreed without even blinking. Buckteeth's expression clearly became more excited. He thought to himself that the price he offered was too low for the other party to agree so readily. However, he didn't immediately increase the price. The people were in his hands, so it wouldn't be too late to increase the price after the 50 million arrived. Tang Zheng sighed inwardly. This was going to be troublesome. If she hadn't met him, he was afraid this mermaid would really be out of luck. The sailboat and speedboat rode the wind and broke through the waves. After a long time, they finally saw a small island. Looking from afar, the island was filled with rugged rocks and looked quite imposing. There's actually such a treasure land in the middle of the sea. These pirates really picked up a treasure. Tang Zheng only took a glance from afar, and discovered that this was a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The entrance to the island was a narrow waterway that was difficult for large ships to pass through. Only speedboats and small boats could pass through. Moreover, this waterway was flanked on both sides by sheer cliffs. Tang Zheng also saw scattered figures on the cliffs, who were obviously pirates. The defense is tight. No wonder these pirates are so arrogant. However, technology is so advanced now, and these pirates are so rampant. Aren't they afraid of being attacked by various countries? Tang Zheng muttered in his mind. Although pirates were powerful, they were still like clay chickens and pottery dogs when faced with ordinary people, real state machinery, and an attack from the military. They couldn't withstand a single blow. Tang Zheng couldn't figure it out, so he decided to wait and see. Moreover, this place was already very close to the Dragon Palace, so he didn't mind staying for a few more days. Haha, Buckteeth, the Sea King will definitely be very happy with such a big harvest this time. A pirate shouted excitedly when he saw Buckteeth return with 3 hostage, especially the radiant Anne. Buckteeth's face flushed red as he chuckled. This is my good luck. Let me tell you, this little girl is willing to pay 50 million for safety. 50 million. The other pirates opened their mouths wide. This was really a big deal. And they all stared at and like a tiger eyeing its prey. And wasn't afraid at all. She raised her head like a proud princess and looked at the pirates with disdain. She muttered to herself, a group of pathetic people who let their hearts fall into depravity because of money. Tang Zheng smiled bitterly. This mermaid was not only stupid because of money, but she was also a bit of a clean freak. Let's go and see the Sea King. Buckteeth kicked Tang Zheng's leg and cursed. Tang Zheng's face flashed with anger. Buckteeth, you just wait. You dare to kick me? I'll make you suffer later. In the center of the island, hidden among many tropical plants, a stone building was particularly eye-catching. Tang Zheng saw it from afar. This is the residence of the Sea King. This Sea King is the leader of this group of pirates. Tang Zheng pondered. Creak. 2 dark pirates pulled open a huge stone door, and Buckteeth led the 3 of them in. The floor was paved with stone slabs, and the air was filled with the smell of the salty sea breeze. The light was somewhat dim. A big man sat boldly on a huge throne. This big man had a full beard and was muscular. He was bare-chested and only wore a pair of shorts on his lower body. His skin was dark, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. 2 Western beauties sat on the armrests on both sides of the throne. Only a few pieces of gauze covered their bodies, so they were almost naked. In any case, Tang Zheng could clearly see their body parts under the gauze. However, these 2 Western beauties had dull expressions, as if they were walking corpses without souls. Buckteeth, how was the harvest this time? The Sea King asked. Buckteeth knelt before the Sea King and said respectfully, Sea King, the harvest this time was quite bountiful. We caught a big hostage. and this woman agreed to pay 50 million to redeem herself. The Sea King's gaze turned and fixed on Anne. He couldn't hide his pleasant surprise and said, "Haha, what a stunning beauty." After saying that, he impatiently stood up and casually threw the two beauties beside him to the ground. Then he strode toward Anne and subconsciously took a step back and shouted, "What are you doing?" The Sea King grabbed Anne into his arms and said with an evil smile, "I've never seen such a stunning beauty before. Buckteeth, you've done a great service this time." Buckteeth was unable to restrain his joy. "Get lost. If you dare touch me, you won't get a single cent," and loudly shouted to stop him. The Sea King's hand subconsciously stopped and released Anne. He laughed mischievously and said, "Don't worry, I'm a very trustworthy businessman. As long as you give me the money, I definitely won't touch you." Anne heaved a sigh of relief, and some color returned to her pale cheeks. Tang Zheng secretly shook his head. This silly girl actually believed this pirate leader. If she could believe his words, then pigs could fly. The Sea King's gaze roamed over Annie's body as he thought to himself, "Beauty, when your money arrives, I'll slowly enjoy you. Getting both the person and the money at the same time. That's the style of the Sea King, haha. Make the call and transfer the money." The Sea King handed a satellite phone to Anne. Annie hurriedly dialed the number, and the call went through immediately. However, the Sea King snatched the phone away and shouted into the phone, "Your relative is in our hands. Prepare to transfer 50 million to us, or I will immediately throw him into the sea to feed the sharks." "Who are you? Why do you have this phone?" A dignified man's voice came from the satellite phone. "Beauty, what's your name?" "He actually doesn't believe me," the Sea King asked. And is in our hands. Do you hear me clearly now?" The Sea King said arrogantly. The other party's breathing clearly paused, and then he said in a deep voice, "Let me talk to Anne. We have always complied with our customers' requests. We can satisfy your request." The Sea King handed the phone to Anne's mouth. "Father," and called out, "And don't worry. We'll definitely get you out." The Sea King immediately took the phone back and said, "Now you know that I didn't lie to you. Transfer the money to this account immediately. If you don't receive the money within an hour, you won't be able to see your precious daughter again. It's too difficult to gather 50 million in an hour. 6 hours. If I don't see the money in 3 hours, you can just wait to collect the corpse." Chapter 493. The Sea King hung up the phone and didn't immediately make a move on Anne. After all, he hadn't received the ransom yet, so he wasn't in a hurry. "Beauty, you'd better pray that your family will pay as promised. Otherwise, I won't be able to guarantee anything." The Sea King grinned and laughed evilly, and raised her head arrogantly. Although she had become a captive, she didn't put the other party in her eyes at all. She said proudly, "My family will definitely pay." Tang Zheng secretly shook his head. This Anne's background wasn't small, but it was obvious that this group of pirates didn't intend to let her go. Even if her family wasn't ordinary, it was impossible to save her in this vast sea. This heavy responsibility could only fall into his hands. However, Tang Zheng wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to play a monkey and see what kind of tricks this group of pirates had up their sleeves. Take them down and lock them up. The Sea King resisted the desire in his heart and waved his hand, deciding that what he didn't see wouldn't bother him. Buckteeth hurriedly pushed the three people away with a malicious smile and walked toward the back mountain of the island. After a while, they stopped in front of a cave. 2 pirates were guarding the entrance with guns. When they saw Buckteeth walking over, they hurriedly bowed and greeted him. It seemed that Buckteeth's position among the pirates wasn't low. He was a leader. "Go in," Buckteeth said and pushed Tang Zheng with all his might. They walked into the cave, which was even more humid and had a rancid smell, and hurriedly covered her nose, frowned and cried out, "Why is it so smelly?" "Haha, you're hostages. Do you still want to be picky? Hurry up and go," Buckteeth said sarcastically. Tang Zheng and Huang Xiang didn't care, but Anne looked pained. It was as if she was suffering more than being killed. Ah, she really is a delicate young lady from a rich family. Instead of paying attention to the danger, she's so concerned about these minor details. Tang Zheng shook his head. He really couldn't understand the mermaid's brain circuit. Bang! The three people were locked in the outermost cell. The cell door, which was made of wooden sticks as thick as an arm, was tightly shut. Let's wait patiently. We'll see in 3 hours, hee. Buckteeth lingered on Anne's body as if he wanted to see through her clothes. Seeing Buckteeth swagger in, and gradually adapted to the smell and slowly let go of him. Seeing that Tang Jing didn't say a word, she thought he was scared and hurriedly comforted him. Don't worry. When my family gives them the money, they'll let us go. We'll be safe. Tang Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know where her confidence came from. Didn't she know that some people could lie? Thank you, Tang Jing said casually. These pirates are too abominable. They must have done a lot of bad things. Once we leave, I'll definitely send people to capture them all. And bit her lips and spoke ruthlessly. Before Tang Jing could respond, a soft snicker rang out. Tang Jing and Anne were startled and looked at each other suspiciously, and quickly asked, "Who's laughing?" "I'm laughing at your shameless boasting and overestimating yourselves." The voice rang out again. Tang Jing looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that it came from a cell diagonally across from them. But the light in the other cell was dim, and he couldn't see the scene inside. "Why do you say I'm shameless boasting? I'm not lying," and argued. "You're just a woman, yet you dare to talk nonsense about capturing this group of pirates. If this isn't shameless boasting, what is it?" The other person retorted. Anne's face gradually turned red as she asked, "Who are you? Why are you speaking for the pirates and boosting their morale, while diminishing your own?" "I wanted to capture the pirates, but I didn't expect to become a prisoner," the person said self-deprecatingly, full of disappointment. "Ah, so you're an enemy of the pirates. Then who are you?" "International Peacekeeping Force." The man hesitated for a moment and said. Tang Jing and Anne were stunned for a moment. Peacekeeping force? They often heard this word. This kind of force mostly appeared in various international conflicts or other dangerous places. How could it appear in this pirate's lair? As if understanding the doubts of the two, the other person said, "The United Nations has been paying attention to this group of pirates for a long time. This time, they sent a large number of elites to capture them in one fell swoop." He stopped and didn't continue. Obviously, this operation was a complete failure, so he was embarrassed to speak. Thinking about it, it was also very reasonable. Even the peacekeeping force had failed, but Anne said that she wanted to capture all the pirates. This was indeed a bit of shameless boasting. Tang Jing didn't expect this group of pirates to be so notorious that even the peacekeeping force was alarmed. This made him even more determined to get rid of this group of pirates. However, he was also very curious. The combat power of the peacekeeping force should be more than a level higher than this group of motley crew. Why did they mobilize so many people to crusade against them fail? Obviously, and also had this question in her heart, so she asked directly. The other person was silent for a moment, sighed, and said dejectedly, "Originally, we were well prepared. Everyone was very confident in the air and sea attack. But I don't know why, in the blink of an eye, all our mechanical equipment failed. The plane crashed, the ship broke down, and we became live targets. We were shot down and sunk." Recalling that scene, he still had some lingering fear in his heart, because all of this had far exceeded his imagination. Everything had happened too quickly, and all of his comrades had been sacrificed. In the end, he was the only one left in the army of hundreds. He was prepared to give himself a glory bomb, but he didn't have time and was directly captured. Anne's eyes widened in disbelief. As if listening to a book, she subconsciously shook her head and said, "You're making up a story." The other person laughed self-deprecatingly. "I also hope that all of this is a story I made up, so that my comrades can come back to life." And looked sad and didn't say more. It seemed that the other person wasn't making up a story, but what he said was a fantasy. She definitely wouldn't believe it. But when Tang Jing heard this, his pupils involuntarily shrank. He asked, "Could it be that the pirates have some kind of high-tech weapon?" "Impossible." The other person denied it immediately. "There is no such high-tech weapon in this world, because this kind of weapon is too heaven-defying. It's impossible for it to exist." Tang Zheng thought about it and found that it was true. If there really was a high-tech weapon that could stop all the planes and warships, then the country with such a weapon would definitely become the master of this world. It was like he had the sharpest spear and the strongest shield. He was the only one who could attack others. If the enemy wanted to deal with him, it was simply a fool's dream. Tang Zheng muttered in his heart. If this wasn't a high-tech weapon, then what could it be? He couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. The other person seemed to be tired of talking. No matter how Tang Zheng and asked, he didn't say anything. The cave fell into a dead silence. Although Anne's face turned a little pale, she still comforted Tang Zheng softly. You have to have confidence. We will definitely regain our freedom. Tang Zheng smiled. I have confidence. Annie smiled, thinking that it was her consolation that worked. She began to chat with Tang Zheng, not feeling the slightest bit of self-consciousness as a captive. After a long time, Buckteeth strode in with a few pirates and fiercely grabbed the person in the cell. Tang Zheng and then finally saw the other person clearly. He was a tall white man with injuries on his body. He wasn't in good spirits, but there was a trace of determination and unyielding between his brows. What are you doing? And immediately questioned loudly when she saw the situation. Haha, beauty, you really have a merciful heart. You can't even protect yourself, but you still have the leisure to care about others, Buckteeth said with a smirk. Hurry up and let him go. Look at how injured he is. Don't tell me you still won't let him go? Do you still have any humanity? Anne's question was powerful and awe-inspiring. We're freeing him, and we're giving him a final performance in front of a global audience. After today, he's going to be the most famous star in the world. We're helping him, you know? Buckteeth argued irrationally, and froze for a moment and didn't immediately understand the meaning of the other party's words. However, Tang Zheng immediately understood. The pirates were going to broadcast the killing of the peacekeeping soldier live worldwide. This kind of thing was very proficient in using by various terrorist organizations. This was to increase the deterrence and make everyone afraid of them. There was no doubt that a global broadcast of killing a peacekeeping soldier was more powerful and could achieve better results than killing an ordinary person. This group of pirates is no different from a terrorist organization. They have no humanity at all. Tang Zheng silently criticized. This kind of live broadcast was not only a nightmare for ordinary people, but also for the families of the killed. How cruel was it? The peacekeeping soldier also understood what fate was waiting for him. A trace of pain flashed across his face as he proudly said, "What's so terrible about death? When I carried out this mission, I already disregarded life and death. I believe that in the future, what awaits you will be a double trial of morality and law. In the end, your end will come." Buckteeth flew into a rage and kicked the other party over. He cursed, "You want to judge us? Dream on. But today is your end. You've already said a few words." After saying that, he waved his hand and several pirates immediately dragged the captive out like a dead dog. "Stop, you're not allowed to leave. I won't allow you to kill anyone," and anxiously stomped her feet and shouted to stop them. "I'll call you the Sea King. I want to tell him that you must let this person go, or else you won't get the ransom," and really threw caution to the wind and didn't even care about her own safety. When Buckteeth heard about money, he immediately stopped and glared angrily at Anne. "What did you say? If you kill him, you won't get the ransom." Chapter 494. The cell door opened, and Buckteeth fiercely escorted Anne out. Seeing this, Tang Zheng hurriedly said, "We also want to watch." Hee, someone actually volunteered to watch the killing. Interesting. Buckteeth looked at Tang Zheng in surprise. Tang Zheng pretended to be timid and smiled. "I want to broaden my horizons." Buckteeth pondered. "Since you're so anxious, I'll kill that peacekeeper later and make you famous. I'll also broadcast it to the world. That way, it'll be even more shocking." "Okay, as you wish." They were escorted out of the cave, and frowned and glared at Tang Zheng. She scolded him in a low voice. "Why did you get involved? It's very dangerous." "A global broadcast? I've never seen it before. It's broadening my horizons," Tang Zheng said with a smile. Anne's frown deepened. She looked at him speechlessly and warned, "Don't talk nonsense later. I must make them give up on such inhumane behavior." Tang Zheng rolled his eyes. "Since you already know they're inhumane, why are you still trying to persuade him? Isn't that playing the lute to a cow?" They were escorted to the Sea King. The Sea King's eyes seemed to sink into Anne's body. He strode over and said, "Miss, and your ransom hasn't been paid yet. It's been transferred. It looks like your family won't pay." Anne shook her head firmly. "That's impossible. It's not time yet. Hee, there's only a few minutes left. However, I don't mind waiting a few more minutes to deal with this annoying guy first." The Sea King shrugged and locked his eyes on his target. "Bezer, you're really a lucky guy. Today, I'll make you the focus of the world's attention," the Sea King said maliciously. Bezer was the name of this peacekeeper. Hearing this, he wasn't afraid at all and loudly rebuked, "Sea King, you've committed all kinds of crimes. Even the heavens won't obey you. The international community won't let you off. The more arrogant you are now, the faster you'll perish." Is that so? Why was your army annihilated? Let me tell you, no matter how many troops you send, I can make sure that none of you return. The Sea King was very confident. Arrogant. Bezer spat. He didn't believe it. Tang Zheng did not really believe that the Sea King had the ability to do so. After all, this group of pirates could not be compared to a regular army, especially a peacekeeping force that had gathered many elites. He did not know where the Sea King's confidence came from. The cameras were already set up and connected to the internet. The global live broadcast began. The Sea King swaggered back to his throne and faced the camera. He did not cover his face like the other terrorist organizations. It was as if he was not afraid of exposing his appearance. "Viewers from all over the world, today I, the Sea King, will bring you a feast of blood and lives. I will show you who the real king of the sea is." The Sea King's opening was simple and straightforward, full of confidence. In today's society, the internet covered the entire world. Therefore, when this live broadcast video was released, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. However, most people treated it as a prank. However, the Sea King did not disappoint the audience. He immediately ordered his subordinates to bring Bezer in front of the camera. A gleaming knife was placed on Bezer's neck. "Hey, the acting is quite realistic. It's just a claptrap. It's just a clickbait. Yeah, he didn't even cover his face. There isn't such a bold terrorist organization in the world." The audience left comments. Most of them still did not believe it. However, the United Nations was shocked. Ordinary people did not know about Bezer's background, but the United Nations was very clear about it. Many people even knew about the encirclement operation against the Sea King not long ago. The United Nations thought that the whole group had been annihilated. They did not expect that there would be a captive. If they killed Bezer in front of the entire world, the impact would be unimaginable. The United Nations immediately took action. However, at the same time, they found that a few ships had appeared in the sea. They were moving at full speed towards the island. The Sea King did not know about this, nor did he care. He was focused on the audience's reaction. Seeing that most of them did not believe him, he angrily slapped the seat and said, "You don't believe me, right? Don't worry. You'll believe me in a while. I'll show you the power of the Sea King. However, I have to introduce myself first so that everyone can get to know me. You can call me the Sea King because I am the king of the sea. I'm currently on an island in the middle of the sea. I've named it Sea King Island. This is my base. I announce that from today onwards, all ships that pass through this area will have to pay taxes to me in order to seek my protection." At the same time, Buckteeth opened a sea map. The Sea King drew a large circle on a large area on the map. This meant that this area of the sea would be included in his sphere of influence. Haha, this person is really crazy. The king of the sea is really whimsical. Yeah, and those people are fooling around with him. They're simply idiots. The audience expressed their opinions. "You guys are the idiots. You don't believe me, but I'll make you believe me now. Do you see? This person is Bezer. He's the only remaining captive of the United Nations peacekeeping force sent to encircle me. Today, I'm going to kill him in front of the entire world. The Sea King's voice was filled with madness, and his expression gradually became ferocious. Many of the audience saw this and gradually began to believe him. Could this be true? Is this person really so crazy that he's going to kill people on a live broadcast? You'll know if you keep watching. Seeing the audience's reaction, the Sea King's tanned face flushed with pride. He hooted. All of you listen to me. From today onwards, anyone who doesn't pay taxes to me will end up like him. With that, the Sea King took the broadsword and pointed it at Bazer's neck. At this moment, the entire world's audience held their breaths. Bazer's expression didn't change. He shouted righteously, "Sea King, you're crazy. What awaits you is the trial of the entire world." I'll judge you first today. I, the Sea King, pronounce you, Bazer, to be executed immediately. Stop. And rushed over and pushed the Sea King away. She stood in front of Bazer, her face flushed red. I won't allow you to hurt him. This is a crime. Do you know that? Wow, a beauty actually rushed out. She's so beautiful. Is she an actress? Haha, I know. This must be a show. The tense nerves of the audience relaxed, and they started to tease. Isn't this princess and of the Swedish royal family? Suddenly an audience member commented. Princess, is this a joke? Yeah, how could a princess be in a movie? This must be a joke. The audience didn't believe it. The audience member immediately posted a link to a webpage. Out of curiosity, everyone clicked on it. It was a photo of the Swedish royal family attending an event. Anne's photo was among them. She was even described as the most beautiful princess of the Swedish royal family in the past 100 years. Wow, it's really Princess Anne. Could this video be a joke? The Sea King actually captured Princess Anne too. Shocking news. This is too explosive. One by one, exclamation marks appeared in the minds of the audience. At the same time, the world's major news media picked up the news and immediately reported on this incident that was originally thought to be a farce. The world's major news outlets immediately cut to the live video. This time it wasn't only on the internet, but also on TV. The incident had escalated. The Sea King didn't expect this turn of events. He didn't rush to capture Anne. Instead, he stretched his neck and his eyes scanned Anne's body. Hee, I've caught a big fish this time. The goddess of luck is so good to me. Haha, so Bazer is just a small shrimp. This beauty is the real deal. The Sea King suddenly rushed to Anne's side and grabbed her lotus-like arm. He smiled maliciously and said, So it's your highness. It's my great honor to be here on Sea King Island today. As he spoke, he bent over and made a gentlemanly gesture, but it was neither fish nor fowl. He didn't look like a gentleman at all, and frowned in disgust. Tang Zheng didn't expect to meet the princess of a country. No wonder she had such a strong aura, and was so confident. This is getting more and more interesting. Since her identity is so special, it seems that she doesn't need my help. If a country's princess was captured, the other party would have taken action long ago. Perhaps the rescue team would have arrived soon. Of course, there was no need for Tang Zheng to be the hero and save the beauty. Moreover, the Sea King knew Anne's identity and wouldn't easily make a move against her. This was because he wasn't targeting a person or a family, but an entire country. Other than those anti-human and anti-social terrorists, even a master cultivator like Tang Zheng wouldn't dare to make an enemy of a country. However, a princess of a country sailing around the world by herself. Her courage isn't ordinary. She has a very adventurous spirit. Tang Zheng couldn't help but look at Anne. This princess was really different from the rest. She didn't take the usual path. Hee, no wonder your family was willing to pay the 50 million ransom. It's because my price was too low. This price definitely doesn't match the princess's identity, the Sea King said greedily. Then what do you want? And asked. Seeing the contempt in Anne's eyes, the Sea King became angry. He rolled his eyes and said with a smirk, Since the price is too low, I'll use other things to make up for it. As he spoke, he pinched Anne's chin. Her fair skin immediately flushed red. She angrily said, Let go of me. Chapter 495. As soon as he said that, it was truly shocking. The audience all over the world was stunned, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. However, looking at the crazed look in the Sea King's eyes, it was obvious that he was not joking. He was really going to do it. Crazy. This was absolute madness. The Sea King was actually going to broadcast to the world what he and Princess Anne were doing. This would undoubtedly become the most explosive news on television and the internet. The dignity of the Swedish royal family would be fatally challenged. This was not a humiliation for a single person, but for an entire country. The audience was boiling, and many people were even directly angry. Princess Anne was so beautiful that it was blasphemous to look at her for an extra second. However, the Sea King was actually going to do it in front of the entire world. He was simply insane and inhumane. Of course, there was no lack of busybodies running around to spread the news and call their friends to watch this shocking farce. The audience's comments below the live broadcast were already boiling. Millions of comments flooded the internet like a flood. As the person involved, Anne's mind went blank for a moment. She thought that she had misheard. From the moment she was born, she was destined to be extraordinary. Everyone adored and respected her. No one dared to be so rude to her. She was really angry. Since young, she had been educated by the royal family and rarely got angry. She was also good at hiding her temper. However, at this moment she finally exploded. She gritted her teeth and said, "Shameless." These two words were extremely harsh to her. In her education, there was no such thing as a shrew swearing on the streets. This was the limit of what she could think of. However, to the Sea King, this was like scratching an itch through his boot. It was not lethal at all. Instead, it aroused his interest and he chuckled. "In a moment, I'll let you know who's the real shameless one. I'll let you experience what pleasure is in front of the entire world. I'll make you submit to me." The Sea King was extremely excited. Every cell in his body was cheering. He had not decided to do this on a whim. He had thought it through carefully. He was not afraid of Sweden's revenge at all. Moreover, the reputation of kidnapping a princess and sleeping with a princess could not be compared at all. As long as he slept with the princess, his reputation would become the #1 man in the world. Those celebrities were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted people all over the world to know him, fear him, and intimidate them so that they would not dare to go against his decision. Hearing such shameless words, Anne was furious. Her face revealed a determined expression as she said, "Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Hee, you're in my hands. You can't die even if you want to." The Sea King grabbed Anne's arm and put his head in front of her face as he sneered. Anne wanted to cry but had no tears. This time, she really couldn't even die. Was she really going to be forced to do that? She couldn't imagine that scene. Tang Zheng had been watching the Sea King's performance with great interest, but he was almost stunned by the Sea King's actions. He was not an ordinary person. He was much bolder than Tang Zheng. He could not help but feel ashamed of his inferiority. Of course, the anger in his heart burned even more. The Sea King no longer had any humanity. Such a person was a scourge in the world. Princess and the audience is still waiting. Let's begin. The Sea King licked his lips and puckered his lips as he bit Anne's face. Damn it, this Sea King is a beast. He actually dared to defile the honorable princess. Yes, he's a scumbag. Sigh, if only I could get intimate with the princess. The audience was in an uproar as more and more comments were left. Seeing this, Tang Zheng immediately prepared to save the damsel in distress. However, before he could do anything, the ground suddenly trembled. Many of the furniture swayed, and the camera tripod tilted and fell to the ground. Ah, what's going on? Yeah, why did the video only capture the lower half of the body? Where's Princess Anne? The camera fell to the ground, and the scene was a mess. The audience began to shout. However, the scene was even more chaotic. Before the Sea King could bite Anne's cheek, his feet were shaken and he almost fell. The other pirates were in a complete mess as they cursed incessantly. Tang Zheng hesitated for a moment. Could it be an earthquake? Earthquakes often occurred in the sea, and they were even more terrifying than those on land. However, the Sea King wasn't too alarmed. He quickly calmed down and angrily said, "Someone attacked my Sea King's saber." They're courting death. I'll deal with them first before continuing this show. Buckteeth, keep an eye on them. Then the Sea King strode out, and the other pirates followed him. Buckteeth held his rifle and aimed it at the few of them. He smiled maliciously and said, "Don't worry, everyone. The show will continue in a bit, and will definitely feast everyone's eyes." As he spoke, he licked his lips and thought to himself, "When the Sea King is done playing with Princess, and I wonder if I can enjoy her as well. This is really a blessing that I've cultivated in my previous life." Princess and felt as if she had just walked through the gates of hell. She heaved a huge sigh of relief and kept patting her chest. Her thin clothes billowed and were particularly eye-catching. Tang Zheng had originally been prepared to attack, but something unexpected happened, and he was distracted. He stretched his neck and looked outside, but he couldn't see anything specific. Princess and Bazer also looked up at the same time. Their expressions were quite anxious, and they guessed that if it wasn't an earthquake, then it was possible that the rescue team had arrived. Buckteeth saw their expressions and curled his lips in disdain. "Don't get your hopes up. These people who came to save you will never return. They're no match for the Sea King." And retorted, "You're boasting shamelessly." Buckteeth said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask this Bazer how he was captured. His entire army was wiped out, and that's proof. The Sea King is the king of the ocean. As long as it's on this island, no one is his match." Buckteeth had great confidence in the Sea King. Bazer frowned and said, "Don't be arrogant. You kidnapped Princess, and this time, not only the peacekeeping force, but even the Swedish royal family won't let you go. This time, there will definitely be a large army pressing on the border. Your end is here. We'll see in a moment." Buckteeth's confidence didn't waver in the slightest. Tang Zheng looked at Buckteeth thoughtfully. For a desperado to trust another person so much, it could only mean one thing. The Sea King was really powerful. But what made Tang Zheng suspicious was that the Sea King wasn't a martial artist, and he definitely wasn't a cultivator. This made Tang Zheng puzzled as to why the other party had such strong confidence. Where did this confidence come from? Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises came from outside, and battle cries rose and fell one after another. Bazer's face lit up and he whispered, "They're fighting. The pirates are finished this time." Princess and also showed a look of joy. But Buckteeth was still calm in the face of this change. Instead, his shifty eyes darted around Anne's body. Tang Zheng also didn't act rashly. If the pirates were really finished, then he wouldn't make a move to avoid exposing his skills and causing unnecessary trouble. At this moment, the internet was in an uproar. They didn't know what had happened, but the faint loud noises seemed to indicate something. Many people guessed that the rescue force had arrived. A good show had come to an end before it had even begun, which made many busybodies feel rather regretful. At the highest point of Sea King Island, the Sea King stood there majestically with a group of pirates, looking down at the approaching warships. The strong vibration just now had been caused by the shells fired from the warships, but the pirates were safe and sound. Moreover, a faint curtain of light appeared above them, which wasn't obvious under the strong sunlight. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of cannonballs struck the light screen and exploded one after another. Sea King Island remained unscathed. This curtain of light was like a huge protective cover covering Sea King Island, ensuring its safety and making it impossible for foreign objects to break through. The Sea King looked at the curtain of light confidently with a smile on his face. "What peacekeepers and government troops? They're all a piece of cake in front of me, the Sea King." The other pirates echoed. "The Sea King unifies the sea and is the true king. After this, let's see who dares to disobey your orders in the future." The Sea King nodded with satisfaction. "Sea King, the planes are here." A pirate pointed at several planes whistling in the distance. "Then I'll call these planes to take a bath in the sea." The Sea King took out a colorful conch, aimed his lips at it, and blew. Woo, a melodious sound rang out and drifted into the distance. The other pirates clenched their fists and revealed excited expressions. Rumble, suddenly the sea boiled and set off huge waves. At the same time, the planes and warships stopped. The planes fell from the sky and fell straight into the sea, while the warships quietly stopped in the sea, unable to move. Whoosh! A wave soared into the sky and hit the warships directly. The warships immediately cracked and seawater poured in. The warships quickly sank into the sea. A total of 2 warships were almost instantly broken by the waves and completely lost their power. The people on the warships jumped into the sea, but most of them were drowned by the waves and disappeared without a trace. Send someone to capture a few captives and let the world see my strength, the Sea King ordered. A few pirates rushed to the area where the incident happened in a speedboat. As the waves gradually subsided, only a few figures were left on the surface of the sea. The others had completely sunk into the sea and were nowhere to be found. These people were immediately escorted to the speedboats by the pirates and brought to Sea King Island. The Sea King walked toward the captives proudly. Looking at the frightened expressions of more than 10 captives, he was overjoyed and laughed to the sky. Chapter 496. The old man had a natural affinity and was dressed meticulously. Although he had been soaked in the sea, he still had an extraordinary temperament. The Sea King stared at the old man and thought that this man had an extraordinary temperament. Could he be the King of Sweden, Princess Anne's father? If so, then this fish was even bigger. Bring him here, the Sea King ordered. The pirates immediately grabbed the old man, and the other soldiers jumped up and shouted, "Don't touch him." "Hee, I want to touch him." "What can you do?" the Sea King said fiercely as he grabbed the old man's hair. "Sir, please let me go," the old man said politely instead of getting angry. "Hee, look at how anxious they are. Who are you?" The Sea King released the old man. The old man straightened up and tidied his clothes. He bowed slightly to the Sea King and said, "I am the butler of the Swedish royal family, Bruce. I am in charge of liaising with you regarding Princess Anne." The Sea King curled his lips and said disappointedly, "So you are just a servant. How dare you play dumb with me? Believe it or not, I will take your life immediately." The Sea King had underestimated Bruce's identity. As the butler of the royal family, he was equivalent to Wuxia, the minister of the inner palace in ancient times. He had great power. The royal family had sent him to deal with this matter, so he was definitely not negligent. Hearing the Sea King's threat, Bruce was not afraid. Instead, he straightened his chest like a warrior and said neither humbly nor overbearingly, "Please take me to see Her Royal Highness." The Sea King sneered. "Okay, I will let you reunite and let you see the good thing between me and her with your own eyes." Hee. "Vulgar," Bruce said. "I will show you what real vulgarity is in a moment. Take him away." The other captives were taken away to be locked up, while Bruce was taken directly to the base camp. When Tang Zheng and the others saw the triumphant return of the Sea King, they all had different expressions, but without exception, they all looked incredulous. On the contrary, Buckteeth strode forward and shouted, "Sea King, are all the enemies dead?" "Haha, of course. Don't you see who's taking action? With me, the Sea King, here no one can even think of taking down Sea King Island." The Sea King patted his chest and said confidently, "Bruce, why are you here?" When Princess Anne saw Bruce, she turned pale with fright and hurriedly ran towards him. The Sea King stepped forward and blocked Anne's path. He grabbed her arm and smiled proudly. "Your Highness, we haven't finished our business yet. How can we give up halfway?" "Buckteeth, hold up the camera. Our program will continue." Buckteeth hurriedly repositioned the camera and aimed it at the Sea King and Anne. The Sea King faced the camera and said, "Everyone, I've made you wait for a long time because some people have spoiled my mood. But now let's continue. I guarantee that I'll give everyone a wonderful blockbuster, haha." After the Sea King finished speaking, he immediately attacked Anne. He grabbed her clothes and was about to tear them off. Bruce turned pale with fright and hurriedly stopped him. "Stop, you are not allowed to be rude to Her Royal Highness. Don't you want money? We've already prepared it and can give it to you right away." The Sea King stopped and sneered at Bruce. "I don't just want money, I want her, haha." Pfft. Anne's sleeves were directly torn, revealing skin that seemed to have been moistened by milk. He's so white. I believe that it will be even whiter and more beautiful here." The Sea King pointed at Anne's chest and laughed maliciously. His big hand directly reached out to grab it. Tang Zheng let out a long sigh. He originally thought that he wouldn't have to do it himself, but it seemed that he had been too naive. The Sea King had used some unknown method to defeat the rescue plan. Now, Tang Zheng had no choice but to rescue her. Whoosh! His feet slipped and like a ghost, he crossed the distance of several meters and arrived at Anne's side. He grabbed her waist and took her from the Sea King's hands. Then he took a few steps back and returned to his original position. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The others didn't have time to react, especially since the Sea King's hand was still suspended in midair. His speed was too fast. Therefore, only an afterimage was left in the camera. The audience around the world only saw a figure flash, and then Princess Anne disappeared from the camera. Only the Sea King was left standing there like a fool. Princess Anne's face was pale. She thought that she would definitely be humiliated, but she didn't expect the tables to turn. Someone had actually rescued her from the devil's claws. She raised her head slightly, and a familiar face came into view. Why is it him? She had always treated Tang Zheng as an ordinary fisherman, and didn't count on him at all. However, at this moment, this fisherman actually showed his prowess and rescued her from the devil's claws. This scene was too romantic. It was like the plot of a phone call. She stared blankly at Tang Zheng, as if she wanted to see through him, or perhaps she wanted to see something different from his face. However, she failed. He was still him. Even his eyes didn't change at all. There was nothing out of the ordinary. However, the more he was like this, the more she was interested in Tang Zheng. What kind of person was he? Tang Zheng wasn't in the mood to pay attention to the princess's thoughts. Instead, he looked at the Sea King with a burning gaze. The Sea King finally woke up from his daze and stared at Tang Zheng furiously. Who are you? That moment just now had made him tense up. He had been wrong all this time. This person that he had almost ignored was actually a hidden master. However, he wasn't afraid. After all, this was his headquarters. He wasn't even afraid of ships and planes, let alone a single person. You don't have the right to know. Tang Zheng wasn't willing to tell the Sea King his real name. Telling him his real name would be an insult to someone who was worse than an animal. You're courting death. How dare you be so arrogant in my territory? Are you trying to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Even if you were a tiger on my Sea King Island, I would still skin you alive and pull out your tendons. The Sea King roared fiercely. Tang Zheng jokingly said, Really? Then I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to skin me alive and pull out my tendons. When the others heard this, their expressions changed, especially Bruce and Baser. The two of them had already experienced the Sea King's prowess. Seeing that someone dared to be so arrogant in the Sea King's headquarters was an eye-opener for them. They were also incomparably anxious. That was because they had pinned all their hopes on Tang Zheng. If he were to suffer an accident due to his carelessness, then they would lose everything and there would be no hope left. Princess Anne didn't have such complicated thoughts. She didn't notice that she was still lying in Tang Zheng's embrace, but her eyes were getting brighter and brighter. That was because the strong confidence that Tang Zheng had when he spoke was too abnormal. It was completely different from before. Who is he? Why didn't he make a move before? Why did he only come to save me when he saw that I was in danger? He's definitely not a fisherman, so who is he? Could he be a great hero like Zoro? Princess Anne was only 18 years old. In addition to her good upbringing, she also had the fantasies of other girls her age. Therefore, she subconsciously imagined Tang Zheng to be a hero from Western legends. The Sea King had never seen someone so arrogant in front of him. He was unable to restrain his anger. He waved his hand and ordered, "Capture him. I want to skin him alive in front of the whole world." When the audience saw this scene, they were already seething with excitement. Just as Her Highness was about to be killed, a hero had unexpectedly appeared. Many people left comments wanting to see what this lone hero looked like. However, the camera had been focused on the Sea King, so they could only see his ugly face. "Kid, surrender or we'll shoot." Buckteeth took the lead, and a dozen pirates surrounded Tang Zheng, aiming their guns at him. Tang Zheng hugged and even tighter to prevent her from getting hurt. Their bodies were tightly pressed together, and Anne couldn't help but blush. She had never had such intimate contact with the opposite sex in her entire life. However, she wasn't an unreasonable person. She knew that he was trying to protect her, so she obediently stuck close to him. Her soft and exquisite body leaned against Tang Zhang's, and her soul-stirring elasticity made Tang Zhang's head sway. However, he quickly calmed himself down and looked at the pirates who were surrounding him warily. The Sea King's face revealed a pleased expression, while Bruce and Bazer's faces were pale. It seemed that there was no hope now. Only Anne raised her head and looked at his determined face, waiting for him to make a move. Tang Zhang didn't move. Instead he said, "Do it." The others didn't understand what he meant. Could it be that he had a helper? The answer was soon revealed. Huang Xiang moved, and with a flash of black light, the demon head blade soared into the air and chopped down. Pooh! A huge head flew up, and blood spurted into the sky. However, this was just the beginning. Huang Xiang's figure was like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he passed by 3 people, turning them into headless corpses. All of this happened so quickly that most people didn't have time to react. Buckteeth finally reacted and screamed in horror, immediately pulling the trigger. Gunshots immediately sounded like firecrackers, and the bullets flew directly toward Huang Xiang, Tang Zhang, and even Anne. Tang Zhang's hand swiped in front of him, activating the sky-devouring technique. The bullets disappeared without a trace before his eyes, but Huang Xiang didn't dodge at all. He held the demon head blade horizontally in front of his chest, and the clanging sounds of ding-dang rang out incessantly. However, he didn't slow down. With a raise of his hand, the blade fell, and another 4 people lost their lives. Huang Xiang's method of killing was truly vicious. He completely separated the heads of his enemies from their bodies. It was exceptionally bloody and terrifying, and it made the originally brutal pirates experience what fear was. With a panicked cry, a pirate threw down his rifle and fled backward. The others also retreated one after another, their faces pale and trembling. They didn't dare to face this godlike guy again. The Sea King's mouth was wide open, and his jaw almost fell to the ground. He stared at Huang Xiang flabbergasted. So this guy wasn't an insignificant and invisible person after all. Chapter 497. Huang Xiang's murderous aura was swift and clean. Everyone was taken aback and felt a chill in their hearts. The Sea King's reaction was extremely fast. He quickly jumped back, took out a colorful conch, and began to blow into it. The melodious sound spread far and wide in an instant. Tang Zhang cursed inwardly. The Sea King must be informing his accomplices. He quickly let go of Princess Annie and rushed towards the Sea King, trying to snatch the conch back. Bang bang bang. The Sea King immediately pulled the trigger, and the bullet whizzed toward Tang Zhang's chest. Tang Zhang easily grabbed the bullet, and was about to catch the Sea King. The Sea King was not slow either. He pushed Buckteeth forward and rushed out the back door. Buckteeth took a punch from Tang Zhang, and fell to the ground like a dog eating feces. He ran to the back door, but found that the Sea King had disappeared into the lush forest. Tang Zhang was about to chase after him when Princess Anne stopped him. Wait a minute. Tang Zhang turned around and asked suspiciously, "What's the matter?" Bruce took the lead and bowed respectfully to Tang Zhang. "Thank you for saving us. May I ask who you are?" Tang Zhang frowned and said, "What are you doing? Let's catch the Sea King first." "I'll go with you." Bazer had regained his freedom, and his warrior genes had awakened. He volunteered. Tang Zhang nodded and said, "Be careful. We only eliminated the pirates in this room. There are many others." Bazer picked up a gun and said fiercely, "This time we must give them a good beating." Tang Zhang and Huang Xiang took the lead and chased after them. Bazer followed closely behind, and was not willing to fall behind and shouted excitedly, "I'll go too." Bruce quickly stopped her. "Your Highness, it's too dangerous. Let's wait for the rescue team." This knight is my rescue team." The princess had already recognized the heroic Tang Zhang as a knight. She had a lot of romantic cells in her head. Bruce had no choice but to drag his old body and follow the princess closely in case something unexpected happened. Unfortunately, the audience all over the world could only see a blurry shadow, and did not know what exactly happened. However, one thing was certain, and that was that the situation had taken a turn for the better. A knight had appeared and saved the princess from the demons. At the very least, Her Royal Highness referred to this great hero as a knight. Thus, the word knight quickly became popular on the internet. Everyone wanted to see what kind of person the Princess Aura was. Many people fantasized about how good it would be if they were the Princess Aura. That way, they would be able to get close to her. Mr. Knight Tangjung shuttled through the jungle. Occasionally, a few pirates would appear, but they were all dealt with by them. Tangjung did not show any mercy. Every move was a killing move because the hands of these pirates were stained with the blood of countless innocent people. They were not worthy of pity. In the distance, Tangjung finally saw the Sea King. He was already standing on the edge of a steep cliff, looking in the direction of the sea and blowing a conch shell. Although Tangjung did not know what the conch shell was used for, he felt that it was not something simple. Thus he wanted to take it. The Sea King heard the movement behind him and quickly turned around. However, at this moment, there was no fear on his face. Instead, it was complacent and somewhat sinister. "You dare to oppose me, the Sea King? You're dead meat." The Sea King pointed his finger at Tangjung and roared confidently, "Let's see who lives and who dies." Tangjung was unmoved. He leaped across the distance of several meters and arrived in front of the Sea King. He put two fingers together and stabbed the Sea King's chest like a sharp sword. Boom! With a loud noise, a wave of water shot up into the sky like a huge whip and lashed at Tangjung. The strong wind caused the trees around them to be cut in half. Bang! Tangjung was hit hard and flew up into the sky like a kite with a broken string. Princess and the others who were chasing after them saw this scene and opened her mouth wide and screamed in shock. Bruce and Baser were also stunned. Their faces were pale. The little hope that had risen in their hearts gradually turned into despair. They had seen this towering water column when they were on the ship. Its power was simply unimaginable. Even a ship was cut in half by a water column. How could a person withstand such an attack? Tangjung felt that his waist was about to break. He could even hear his bones cracking. This was the result of his carelessness. He thought that the Sea King was at his wit's end. He did not expect a water column to appear out of nowhere. Why would this water column listen to the Sea King's orders? There were too many questions. Tangjung did not have so many questions while he was in the air. His survival instinct made him somersault a few times in the air. Then he did not land. Instead, he straightened his body and stabbed at the water column. Puff! Blood shot up into the sky and mixed with the waves. The waves turned blood red. Then, the waves twisted wildly and fell back into the sea. "You've angered the sea god. You're dead." The Sea King was not afraid. Instead, his face revealed a ferocious and crazy expression. Tangjung landed steadily and asked coldly, "What sea god?" "You'll know how powerful the sea god is soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a roar came from the sea. Then 9 water columns shot up into the sky and slapped at Tangjung. Tangjung jumped away. The water column hit the opposite side and a huge crack appeared. The ground under their feet cracked as if there was an earthquake. They all dodged. This is not seawater. It's a demonic beast. Tangjung finally found a clue. There was a trace of demonic aura coming from the water column. Although it was not obvious because of the seawater, it could not escape Tangjung, who had dealt with demonic beasts for a long time. This demonic beast's strength was definitely not inferior to the Sky Thunder Cloud beast. Although Tangjung had not seen its body, he knew that its size was definitely not ordinary. The others were so scared that they could only open their mouths. 9 water columns shot up into the sky. This scene that violated the laws of physics had a huge impact on them. "Huangziang, let's attack together and make it show its true form," Tangjung shouted. The two of them rushed out of the cliff, one on the left and one on the right. They directly pounced on the water column. Bang bang! The two of them collided with the water column. Huangziang's ghost head blade chopped down on the water pillar, causing blood to flow out, but he stopped his falling body. Tangjung directly hugged the water pillar and punched it again and again, causing the water pillar to splatter everywhere and blood to spread everywhere. The water column kept twisting, and the water vapor filled the sky. It evaporated in an instant, forming a big fog that completely blocked the two of them and the 9 water columns. The others could not see the situation clearly, and even the Sea King was flabbergasted as he watched this scene. Clearly, Tang Zheng and Huang Xiang's strength had greatly exceeded his expectations. In the past, as long as the sea god was summoned, all difficulties would be solved. All enemies would be turned into ashes in an instant. However, this time, there was obviously an exception. He did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse, and was stunned for a while and said, "Do we need to help?" Baser and Bruce looked at each other and looked at the guns in their hands. They felt a strong sense of powerlessness. In front of an enemy of this level, they seemed to be extra. They could not help at all. They were indeed powerless. Tang Zheng had already put his life on the line. Punch after punch, every punch landed on flesh. Water droplets splashed everywhere, and mist filled the air. After the water column shed its disguise, its true form was finally revealed. It was a huge tentacle. Octopus monster. Tang Zheng recognized the monster's true form at a glance. However, it was not a small octopus on the dining table, but a giant. Each tentacle was 50 meters long, and its head was hidden under the water, so he could not see it clearly. Now that he knew what kind of monster it was, Tang Zheng calmed down. He took out the dragon trapping rope and tied the 2 tentacles together. Huang Xiang also cut off one of the tentacles with a few moves. Roar, roar. Strange roars came from the sea below. They were full of anger and killing intent. Tang Zheng was unmoved. He put 2 fingers together and slashed at the tentacle. After a while, the tentacle was full of holes and broke in the middle. In this way, 2 of the 9 tentacles were cut off, and the other 2 were tied up by the dragon trapping rope. There were only 5 tentacles left, and its combat power was greatly reduced. Tang Zheng was enraptured. He shouted, "Huang Xiang, let's work together and kill it for real." Suddenly, the 2 people's attacks became fiercer. However, the octopus monster did not wait for its death. It roared, and the huge suckers on its tentacles glowed. What's going on? Tang Zheng was shocked. He found that there was a huge suction force on the suckers, which seemed to be tearing people's bodies apart. The 2 people were attracted by the huge suckers and could not move, let alone fight back. Bang bang. The 2 people were hit by the other 2 tentacles, and they could not help but show a painful expression. Oh no, I didn't expect this monster to have such a move. If I didn't attack at close range, I wouldn't have been sucked in, and I wouldn't be unable to move. Now I'm really a fish on the chopping board. The people on the island looked at each other in dismay when they saw the whirlpool churning and the strange roars coming one after another. They did not look good. The Sea King looked proud. He said, "Now you know how powerful I am. Let me tell you, they're dead for sure, and so are you. Princess, and I must have you today. My knight will definitely defeat the sea god you mentioned. You're the one who's doomed." And raised her neck, full of confidence, and was tall and had long legs. She had a good temperament. At this moment, with her neck raised, she showed a sense of arrogance, which increased her charm and made people's hearts sway. The Sea King licked his lips and found that the pirates under his command were gradually gathering. He waved his hand and ordered in high spirits, "Capture them for me. When the sea god gets rid of the 2 people, I'll deal with them slowly." Chapter 498. Baser picked up his rifle and shouted at the approaching pirate, "Don't come close, or we will shoot." Bang bang bang. The pirate took the lead and Bruce immediately threw Her Royal Highness to the ground and shouted, "Princess, be careful." Baser immediately pulled the trigger and fired back, and covered Anne and Bruce to find trees to hide. The 2 sides fought fiercely at a distance of 10 meters, and the situation was worrying. Tang Zheng's situation was also worrying. His face was already red, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. It was about to be sucked out of his body by the suction cup, and he would explode and die. On the other side, Huang Xiang's state was almost the same, and he was struggling to hold on. Damn it, I must find a way to resist this attraction. Yes, attraction. Suddenly, Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. "You are not the only one in this world who is attractive. I also have the devouring sky technique." Tangjung silently used the Heart Sutra, and his palm immediately produced a huge attraction force, and the air was sucked into the mysterious space in Tangjung's palm. Moreover, this attraction force offset the attraction force in the suction cup, and Tangjung finally regained his freedom. He kicked the tentacle with his toes and jumped to Huang Xiang's side. Using the same method, he aimed his palm at the suction cup and used the devouring sky technique to completely offset the attraction force. Roar, roar. Seeing this scene, the octopus monster let out a series of roars, mixed with shock. Since you use this kind of attraction force, then I will also use the devouring sky technique. Let's see who is more attractive between us. Tangjung frantically ran the devouring sky technique, and his palm pressed on the tentacle, and the tentacle immediately swayed wildly, and it seemed to be aware of the danger. Several other tentacles immediately whipped at Tangjung, hoping to drive him away. Tangjung wouldn't let go so easily. He ordered Huang Xiang to resist the attack of the other tentacles and concentrate on dealing with one tentacle. Puff. In the face of the devouring sky technique, the octopus monster's attack seemed to be particularly fragile. The tentacle had rapidly cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye, and pieces of flesh fell off directly and were sucked into the mysterious space. In the blink of an eye, one of the tentacles disappeared without a trace. The octopus monster writhed in pain. Waves rose into the air, and a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea. Tangjung followed suit and hugged another tentacle. After a while, this tentacle also turned into a pool of blood and was sucked away. This time, the octopus monster was truly afraid. It let out a series of earth-shattering screams. The whirlpool on the surface of the sea spun faster and faster, and the tentacles quickly fell into the sea. Tangjung's heart skipped a beat. You want to escape? It's not that easy. With a wave of his hand, one end of the dragon trapping rope flew into his hand, while the other end tightly tied the two tentacles together, leaving the octopus monster with no way to escape. Just now, you wanted to kill us. Now you want to escape? How can it be so simple? You are helping the tyrant. Today is the day you die. Tangjung finally understood why the Sea King was so arrogant. It turned out that he had the support of a demonic beast. Otherwise, how could he possibly lead a ragtag group of pirates against a regular army? The mystery was solved. As long as he killed this demonic beasts, the Sea King would be nothing. Of course, Tangjung was also very surprised that there was such a big demonic beasts in the ocean. This was not the prehistoric heavenly tomb in the 10,000 huge mountains. It had to be known that other than places like the prehistoric heavenly tomb that had restrictions, New Era's scheme back then had sucked almost all the demonic beasts in the world into the sky. A powerful demonic beast like this octopus monster should not exist in this world, but it had actually appeared in front of him. What did this mean? This meant that unless there was a place like the prehistoric heavenly tomb in the ocean, or it was a new demonic beasts that had been cultivated after that incident. But if that was the case, the octopus monster's cultivation speed would be shockingly fast. No matter what the situation was, Tangjung wanted to investigate it thoroughly. Therefore, if he could capture the octopus monster alive, it would be the best way. Seeing that it was unable to break free from Tangjung's restraints, the octopus monster kept twisting its body, and its cries became more and more mournful. However, Tangjung was unmoved. Instead, he allowed Huang Xiang to cut off another 2 tentacles, and he also used the heaven-devouring technique to devour a tentacle. Now this gigantic octopus monster only had 2 tentacles left that were bound by the dragon-trapping rope. It did not have much power to resist. At this moment, His Highness Princess Anne and the other 2 no longer had the strength to resist. The bullets had already been used up, and the pirates swarmed forward and captured the 3 of them. The Sea King swaggered over and pulled Anne into his embrace. Just as he was about to take action, he realized that the ground beneath his feet was shaking. This was an earthquake. Cracks appeared on the ground, and many pirates were swallowed up by the cracks. They did not even have time to scream. Everyone panicked. Even the Sea King was dumbstruck, not knowing what had happened. Boom, boom, boom. The cracks in the ground grew larger and larger. Rocks fell into the sea one after another, and all sorts of trees were buried in the sea. The Sea King and the others fell from the cliff and directly into the sea. Ah! Screams resounded through the sky. Everyone's mind went blank. Many pirates fell into the sea and were swallowed up by the tumbling sea, disappearing without a trace, just as the Sea King and Princess touched the surface of the water. For bubbles emerged from the sea and enveloped them. The three of them, who were still in shock, were speechless when they saw this. Only the Sea King seemed to have woken up from a dream. He shouted excitedly, "The sea god has shown his power! The sea god has shown his power!" However, he did not understand why the sea god had shown his power. The ones who died were indeed his subordinates. Of course, as long as he was not dead, the lives of the others were his to decide. He would not pay too much attention to them. However, the next scene shocked the four of them, who were lucky enough to escape with their lives. Sea King Island disappeared. The rocks, soil, and trees were all gone. Only a circular platform the size of a basketball court was left on the surface of the sea. The platform quickly sank into the sea, and their bubbles sank as well. After a while, they completely disappeared. It was as if the island had never existed. Only the mist remained, indicating what had happened just now. Tang Zheng held on to the dragon-trapping rope and did not let go. He allowed the octopus monster to continue to struggle. Gradually, its strength became weaker and weaker until it finally stopped struggling. Its head floated above the water. Tang Zheng jumped and landed on the octopus monster's head. Its huge eyes were intimidating, but Tang Zheng was not afraid. He stared at it and said jokingly, "Why aren't you moving? I'd like to see how long you can struggle." "You? Who are you?" The octopus monster was frightened and spoke in human language. "Hee hee, it's good that you can speak human language. It's convenient for me to ask. As for who I am, you have no right to know. Aren't humans supposed to be weak? Why are you so powerful?" The octopus monster asked with its big eyes. Tang Zheng laughed. "You think that humans are weak, so you want to bully and humiliate them, right? Let me tell you, there are strong people among humans. I'm a cultivator. It's your bad luck to encounter me." "Cultivator? What's that?" The octopus monster was puzzled. That's strange. You're a monster, but you don't know about cultivators." Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes. This was beyond his expectations. Do monsters have to know about cultivators? Tang Zheng frowned. This demonic beast was a little strange. Could it be that he had never come into contact with cultivators before? If that was the case, then it must have only cultivated into a spirit after the cultivator entered the sky beyond heaven. Because only in this way would it not encounter cultivators, and would not know of the existence of cultivators. But if that was the case, then according to its cultivation speed, it could definitely be considered a genius among the demonic beasts. Tang Zheng developed a strong interest in it. The mist disappeared. Tang Zheng was preparing to deal with the Sea King first before interrogating this monster. However, when he looked up, his eyes immediately widened. His mouth was so big that a duck egg could be stuffed in it. Damn, what's going on? Where's Sea King Island? Why is it gone? This scene really made Tang Zheng scratch his head. A pirate club disappeared for no reason in the blink of an eye, as if it had never appeared. Anyone would be surprised by this. He was puzzled and could only turn his hope to the octopus monster. "Where's the Sea King Island?" The octopus monster said. "I won't tell you." "Oh, you have some backbone. Interesting. Let's see how long you can last." Huang Xiang, dig out one of its eyeballs. Tang Zheng did not talk nonsense and directly ordered. A trace of panic flashed in the octopus monster's eyes. It immediately let out a scream because Huang Xiang raised his knife and a huge eyeball floated on the sea. I'm going to kill you." The octopus monster cried out miserably. Tang Zheng smiled gently. "Hee hee, I can kill you now, but you can't pose a threat to me at all. Tell me what's going on, or you won't be able to keep your other eyeball. I'll make you wish you were dead. I'll talk. The octopus monster did not have much backbone, and immediately begged for mercy. Gui Qiansui left, so the island naturally disappeared. Gui Qiansui. Tang Zheng stared suspiciously. Yes, this island was built on Gui Qiansui's back. It dived into the sea, so the island naturally disappeared. It must have seen that I was not your opponent, so it ran away. It's a coward. The octopus monster angrily cursed. Tang Zheng suddenly realized that the island was actually built on top of a tortoise shell. Without a doubt, this Gui Qiansui was definitely a demonic beast. Why were there so many monsters in the sea? Did he poke into a monster nest? Where did they go? Tang Zheng asked. The octopus monster hesitated and said, "The Crystal Palace." "Take me there." "No, I can't take you there." The octopus monster immediately refused. "Oh, it seems that you don't want to live." "No, even if you kill me, I can't take you there." The octopus monster's attitude was very firm. Chapter 499. Gurgle. Several bubbles burst on the surface of the water, and a white figure jumped out of the water. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up and he said happily, "Xiao Bai." Squeak. Xiao Bai shook his head and wagged his tail at Tang Zheng, looking very cute. When Tang Zheng was taken away by Buckteeth, Xiao Bai had escaped and followed him all the way. Now he finally showed himself. Little White excitedly pointed at the water, and then used a pair of small claws to draw a big circle. Tang Zheng seemed to understand and asked, "Tortoise?" Xiao Bai quickly nodded and pointed at the water again. "Do you know where Gui Qiansui went?" Tang Zheng's heart moved and he asked. Xiao Bai nodded. "Haha, Xiao Bai, you're really good. Hee hee, little octopus, you don't need to speak now." Tang Zheng smiled proudly. It's a pity that the people on Sea King Island were buried in the sea. That beautiful princess and really had a hard life. She was as beautiful as a flower and jade, but she died just like that. The octopus monster looked at Xiao Bai in disbelief. It couldn't see anything special about Xiao Bai, so it found it hard to believe that he knew where Gui Qiansui went. Diving into the deep sea, Tang Zheng couldn't hold his breath for a long time with his cultivation, so he summoned Qi, a venerable of 4 symbols. When the huge body of the venerable of 4 symbols appeared, the octopus monster's eyes almost popped out. It turned pale with fright and cried out, What's going on? What is this thing?" It couldn't help but tremble. The pressure coming from the venerable of 4 symbols made it tremble with fear. Tang Zheng's lips curled. "Now you know that it's easy for me to deal with you. Be good and don't suffer physical pain." The octopus monster's pupils shrank. It kept quiet out of fear, and looked at the venerable of 4 symbols who was gradually sinking into the sea. Tang Zheng jumped into the body of the guardian of 4 symbols. The guardian of 4 symbols grabbed the dragon snaring rope and dragged the octopus monster, which only had 2 tentacles left, to the bottom of the sea. Huang Xiang and Xiao Bai stood on the shoulders of the 4 symbols venerable. The bottom of the sea was pitch black, making it impossible for them to determine their direction. However, this was not a problem for Xiao Bai. It opened its small mouth and spat out a ball of flames. This ball of flame floated in the sea and did not extinguish. It illuminated the surroundings. Many fish swam past them at the bottom of the sea and looked at this scene in amazement. The octopus monster was horrified. It trembled with fear, and did not dare to make a sound. Xiao Bai pointed out a direction, and the 4 symbols paragons strode forward, dragging the octopus monster with them. Their speed was not slow at all. Suddenly, Xiao Bai called out anxiously. Tang Zheng asked thoughtfully, "Are we almost there?" Xiao Bai quickly nodded. "Then let's be quiet." The 4 symbols paragons slowed down. Suddenly, Tang Zheng saw the octopus monster swim backward with all its might. Apparently, it did not want to go forward. However, its body was bound by the dragon snaring rope, so all of this was useless. It could only struggle continuously, causing the sea to churn. Tang Zheng's expression sank as he shouted sternly, "Little octopus, are you trying to inform your companions?" "No, we can't go to the Crystal Palace. We'll die if we go. Lord Sea God will definitely think that I'm leading the way and kill me." The octopus monster cried out in panic. Sea God. Tang Zheng had heard the Sea King mention this name before. The Sea King had called the octopus monster the Sea God, so why did this little octopus say that the Sea God was someone else? Hearing Tang Zheng's question, the octopus monster quickly explained, "That's because the Sea King doesn't know the situation and thinks that I'm the Sea God. In fact, I'm just a subordinate of the sea god. Lord Sea God is omnipotent, so we'll definitely die if we go. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. Interesting. This means that the sea god is really powerful. Since he's so powerful, then all the more reason for me to meet him. He did not make this decision on a whim because he realized that Xiaobai was leading him in the same direction as the Dragon Palace. Therefore, whether it was for the sake of the Dragon Palace or to meet the so-called sea god, he had to continue forward. You're courting death, the octopus monster cried out in fright. Is that so? We'll naturally find out later. Tang Zheng was unmoved as he dragged the octopus monster and sped up. Soon, a beam of light appeared in the distance. It was definitely unusual for a beam of light to appear in the deep sea. We've arrived at the Crystal Palace, the octopus monster said with trepidation. Tang Zheng focused his gaze. Sure enough, as far as his eyes could see, there was a magnificent palace under the dazzling light. This palace was actually made of crystal. It was magnificent, like a scene from a dream. It was definitely much more beautiful than the castles in a girl's imagination. A majestic aura rushed out, causing people to involuntarily want to submit. Moreover, Tang Zheng also felt a trace of a familiar aura. Dragon Qi. Tang Zheng widened his eyes. He had absorbed the dragon qi of the five-clawed golden dragon before, so he was very familiar with this aura. Although the aura coming from the Crystal Palace was not strong, it could not escape Tang Zheng's perception. When he took a few steps closer, a huge, lifelike statue came into view. His breathing involuntarily quickened. The statue was a huge head. It was very majestic with its mouth wide open, as if it wanted to swallow the audience into its stomach. It made people's hearts palpitate. A pair of huge eyes and a long neck made the statue even more vivid, as if it was a living creature. Tang Zheng was too familiar with this appearance. This was a statue of a dragon's head. According to the description of the five-clawed golden dragon, the Dragon Palace had its eyes on this statue. This meant that the Crystal Palace in front of him was the famous Dragon Palace, his destination. Tang Zheng's breathing involuntarily became hurried, and he thought, the five-clawed golden dragon only pointed out the direction, and it will definitely take a lot of effort to find a dragon palace in the middle of the ocean. I have already made preparations for this, but I did not expect that I would wear out iron shoes in vain, and would be able to find the dragon palace without any effort. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. Hearing Tang Zheng's laughter, the octopus monster shrank back in fear. It was as if he was looking at a fool. Death was at hand, but he still knew how to laugh. In a moment, he would not be able to laugh anymore. The octopus monster could no longer laugh. His eyes were even uglier than crying. Tang Zheng also figured out the ins and outs of the matter. This dragon palace had been abandoned for too long. Then it was occupied by this group of sea demons. From then on, they became the overlords of the sea and supported the puppet sea king. As for why the cultivation of this group of sea demons was so strong, it definitely had a lot to do with this dragon palace. In short, for the heaven and earth obsidian, he had no choice but to confront this group of demon beasts. Stop, who are you people? Suddenly, a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals blocked their path. However, looking at the tall four symbols venerable, the other party was clearly afraid. Tang Zheng said indifferently, call out your sea god. How dare you? Lord Sea God is not someone you can meet as you wish. What kind of monster are you? Hurry up and surrender. The prawn soldiers and crab generals shouted angrily one after another, looking quite imposing. Suddenly they saw the octopus monster. Their eyes lit up and said, Octopus, could it be that you brought this monster back? Lord Sea God won't let you go. The octopus monster hurriedly denied. It wasn't me. He followed Gui Qiansui here. It has nothing to do with me. I was forcefully dragged here by him. Gui Qiansui said that you fought with two humans, and were no match for them. Could it be that this human is him? The other party pointed at Huang Xiang on the four symbols venerable's shoulder and asked. He is one of them. The other person is inside this big guy's body. He is even more powerful. The octopus monster said anxiously. Tang Zheng did not stop him and said directly, you group of sea demons killed the innocent and occupied the dragon palace. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and destroy you all. Dragon Palace? The shrimp soldiers and crab generals turned their heads to look at the Crystal Palace. Obviously, they did not know the origin of this Crystal Palace. Nonsense, this is Lord Sea God's palace. How could it be a dragon palace? The shrimp soldiers and crab generals denied loudly. Tang Zheng was too lazy to waste his breath on them and said indifferently, "Since you don't want to pass on the message, I will go in myself." The four symbols venerable raised his leg and swept it towards the group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. They used all of their abilities to block, but unfortunately, the two sides were not on the same level at all. Miserable screams rang out one after another as the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were swept away and sent flying far away. A few of them flew directly into the arched door of the Dragon Palace. When they flew into the arched door, a faint light rippled out. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. It turned out that the Dragon Palace was covered by a layer of glass silk. There was no seawater inside, only air. What was even more shocking was that after the shrimp soldiers and crab generals flew into the arched door, their bodies quickly shrank. Otherwise, their huge bodies would have destroyed the Dragon Palace. This Dragon Palace is really magical. Tang Zheng had never seen a building that could shrink a person's body. He could not help but feel that it was somewhat magical. Back then, when the Dragon Clan abandoned this Dragon Palace, it was a big deal. The five-clawed golden dragon was right. The Dragon Clan is indeed a magical clan, Tang Zheng thought. However, Tang Zheng did not rashly rush into the arched door. This was because he did not know if there were any dangers or ambushes inside. You have caused a disaster this time. It is still not too late to run away. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt. The octopus demon advised with an ashen face. Tang Zheng was unmoved and shouted, "Could it be that the people inside are all cowards? You have taken over the Dragon Palace, but don't dare to come out." Suddenly, a figure flew out from the Dragon Palace and stood under the arched door. He glared at Tang Zheng and said, "Nonsense, who are you? I will kill you." After taking a closer look, Tang Zheng blinked in surprise. This person was handsome and had long hair that fluttered in the wind. However, there was a protruding horn on his forehead. Demonic beast. Tang Zheng suddenly realized. This guy must be the so-called sea god. He had actually transformed into a human form. However, the horn on his head indicated that the transformation was not very successful. Chapter 500. The so-called sea god stared at the four symbols venerables. His heart was also shocked. He received the report from his subordinates, especially Gue Qiansui, who was really shocked and scared. He had not transformed into a human for long, but after observing that there were not many powerful people on the sea, he had evil thoughts and proclaimed himself as the sea god. From there, he stirred up trouble and prepared to be the overlord of a region. For this, he specially collected a group of pirates and made them his puppets to do things for him. However, things were unpredictable. His carefree days did not last long before he encountered a hard nut to crack. When Gue Qiansui fled back to report, he really did not believe it, but at this moment, seeing the giant body of the four symbols venerables, he finally no longer doubted it. The four symbols venerables was bigger than most monsters, and the key was that the aura they emitted made the other party not dare to underestimate them. However, in front of so many subordinates, he certainly could not lose face, and said sternly, "You want to save your companions, don't you? Dream on, you have injured so many of my subordinates. Your companions can forget about living." Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, and quickly asked, "You mean there are other people who have been captured by you?" "Of course, that princess and her attendants are imprisoned by me. If you are sensible, you will be captured without a fight, or they will die without a doubt," the sea god said fiercely. Tang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. The death of a beauty like princess and was really a loss to the world. Although he thought so, Tang Zheng still said without changing his expression, "You are mistaken about one thing. I am not friends with them. If you want to kill them, do as you please. Now we are dealing with the matter between us. This Dragon Palace is not something you can meddle in." Obediently take your shrimp soldiers and crab generals and withdraw, or don't think about leaving this matter at that." The sea god glared and flew into a rage. "You actually want to snatch my immortal's cave? You have eaten a lion's heart and leopard's guts. Children, attack." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several groups of shrimp soldiers and crab generals rushed out of the dragon palace, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws to attack Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was not afraid at all. Most of these shrimp soldiers and crab generals were just low-level demon beasts that had just gained intelligence. Their fighting strength was not on the same level as that of the octopus demon beast. It seemed that although the dragon palace was magical, it did not breed many powerful demonic beasts. Obviously, the power of the dragon palace was limited. "Do it!" At Tang Zheng's command, Huang Xiang and Xiao Bai took the lead and rushed out. They were like sharp swords in the sea, and the water automatically parted to two sides. The prawn soldiers and crab generals clamored and charged forward. However, Huang Xiang and Xiao Bai's movements were much faster than their opponents. With a whooshing sound, the demon head saber slashed out and several of the prawn soldiers and crab generals were cut into pieces. Xiao Bai's attack was very fierce. The seawater did not hinder the spread of the flames. The flames immediately enveloped several shrimp soldiers and crab generals. They did not even have time to scream before they were immediately vaporized into wisps of clear air. Tang Zheng also made his move. His huge body rampaged. The prawn soldiers and crab generals cried for their parents. How could they be a match for him? In a short while, all of the prawn soldiers and crab generals were lying on the ground. The sea god was flabbergasted. Clearly, he had greatly underestimated the strength of Tang Zheng's side. When Tang Zheng rushed towards him, he shouted and rushed out of the dragon palace. Splash! The water splashed as a shiny weapon pierced the Knight of Four Symbols. Sparks flew, but the Knight of Four Symbols was unscathed. The Knight of Four Symbols grabbed at the sea god's head. The huge palm was like a mountain, causing the pressure in the water to increase sharply. The sea god's knees went soft and he almost fell to his knees. He let out a loud roar and stabbed the weapon in his hand into the ground. The sand at the bottom of the sea flew up, and he finally stabilized his body. Then he leaped and actually jumped onto Tang Zheng's arm. He wriggled upwards and rushed towards Tang Zheng's head. The weapon in his hand was aimed at Tang Zheng's temple. Tang Zheng finally saw his weapon clearly. It was a trident. It was bright and was very similar to the construction material of the Dragon Palace. It was more like a piece of art than a weapon. This must be a weapon from the Dragon Palace. This guy's luck is pretty good. This weapon is an Earth-rank treasure. It's even more powerful than my battle soul. However, with the protection of the Knight of Four Symbols, Tang Zheng was equivalent to being invulnerable. All of his attacks were wide open, and it was difficult to determine the victor between him and the sea god. The other sea demons watched this scene with their mouths agape. In their impression, the sea god was unreachable and invincible. However, this big guy was actually so powerful that he was not at a disadvantage at all. It completely overturned their worldview. The sea god gradually clenched his teeth and did not have the leisure to speak. However, his face became gloomier and gloomier. His handsome face became somewhat sinister. Bang! The Knight of Four Symbols and the trident collided head-on. The trident flew out of his hand. The sea god reacted quickly and tried to snatch it back. However, Tang Zheng was even faster. With a thought, the Four Symbols Venerable relied on his height and size to block the other party's path with a horizontal movement, and ruthlessly slapped down with his palm. Slap. The sea god was sent flying by the slap. It was unknown how far he flew before he disappeared without a trace. The Knight of Four Symbols grabbed the trident and threw it to Huang Xiang. The other sea demons cried out in alarm. Some of the sea demons who were hiding in the Dragon Palace and did not have time to rush out trembled in fear and hurriedly retreated. Roar! I'm going to kill you! A roar came from afar. The seawater boiled and bubbled chaotically. Boom! A golden light flew over from afar. This golden light became more and more dazzling. In the blink of an eye, this space was completely dyed in gold. A huge object slammed into the Knight of Four Symbols' body. With a boom, The Knight of Four Symbols lost his footing and fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The golden light followed like a shadow and instantly enveloped the Knight of Four Symbols. The Knight of Four Symbols was immediately wrapped tightly by the golden light. Caught off guard, he was knocked over. Tang Zheng was truly shocked, but he did not panic. He took a closer look and saw clearly what this golden light was. This was the sea god's true form. Tang Zheng was all too familiar with this true form. A dragon. This guy was actually a dragon. He had not completely transformed into a dragon. He was only a flood dragon, and could not be compared to the five-clawed golden dragon. However, he already had some of the appearance of a dragon, such as these golden scales. However, the meticulous Tang Zheng still discovered that these golden scales were mixed with black scales. Clearly, this was a sign that the sea god had not completely transformed into a dragon. Moreover, he only had 2 claws. His level was too low. But even so, he still had the aura of a dragon. This strand of dragon chi was extremely familiar to Tang Zheng, and he actually felt a sense of intimacy from the bottom of his heart. However, the sea god obviously did not have this kind of feeling. He only had endless anger towards Tang Zheng. His body was extremely huge, close to 100 meters long, and had completely wrapped around the Knight of Four Symbols. He was tightening his grip bit by bit, wanting to use this method to defeat Tang Zheng. Seeing that, Huang Xiang and Xiao Bai immediately rushed over to help, but Tang Zheng immediately stopped them. "I'll deal with him myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped out of the Knight of Four Symbols' body and stood on top of his opponent. The sea god looked at this guy who suddenly appeared in astonishment and exclaimed, "You're the one controlling this big guy?" The moment Tang Zheng entered the water, he felt a huge pressure coming from all directions, almost crushing his body to pieces. He immediately circulated the chaotic Vajra spell to counteract a portion of the pressure, but suddenly, an aura naturally leaked out from his body. "Dragon Chi!" Tang Zheng secretly exclaimed. This aura was actually the dragon chi that he had absorbed from the five-clawed golden dragon in the past. This dragon chi was usually hidden in his body, silently changing his temperament. But at this moment, this dragon chi seemed to have been stimulated, completely bursting out, and a majestic aura spread out in all directions. Bang! 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 The other sea demons turned pale with fright. Their legs went soft and they all knelt down, trembling as they lay on the ground, as if they had seen something terrifying. Although Tang Zheng had displayed his strength just now, it did not cause these sea demons to tremble and feel fear from the bottom of their souls. One had to know that the dragon race was the strongest creature in the ocean. Although the dragon race was too mysterious, it was basically impossible for any creature to see its true appearance. However, an instinctive fear of the dragon race was passed down in the genes of these creatures. Although Tang Zheng had only absorbed a little of the five-clawed golden dragon's dragon chi, the aura that burst forth was even stronger than this flood dragon's. Although the dragon chi on Tang Zheng's body was little, it was all essence and completely surpassed the flood dragon's own dragon chi. At this moment, the other sea demons no longer had any thoughts of resisting Tang Zheng. Even if Tang Zheng wanted to kill them, they did not dare to resist in the slightest. This was the might of a dragon. However, the sea god's reaction was much better than the other sea demons. After all, he was already half a step into the dragon race. However, the shock in his heart was even stronger than the other sea demons. This was because only he understood that the dragon chi on Tang Zheng's body was something that he could only look at but not reach. He even dreamed of having this kind of dragon chi. You. He stammered for a long time, but could not say a complete sentence. Tang Zheng curiously looked at the reactions of all the sea demoness, and with a flash of inspiration, he also understood the reason behind it. He thought to himself, the five-clawed golden dragon is really too mysterious. I only absorbed a little of his dragon chi, and it actually has such great power. If he were to personally come to the scene, then wouldn't these sea demons be scared out of their wits? He was not wrong. If the five-clawed golden dragon was really here, many sea demons would definitely be scared to death on the spot. This was the might of a dragon. The dignity of the dragon race was not to be challenged by other sea demons. Tang Zheng also found that after this dragon chi burst out, the pressure on his body disappeared, and his breathing was smooth. He was like a fish that could breathe freely in the sea. Chapter 501. Tangjung rolled his eyes and stared at the sea god. The sea god's heart trembled as he transformed back into his human form. He resisted the urge to kowtow and said while gritting his teeth, "Why do you have the dragon chi on you?" Tangjung laughed coldly. "You don't need to know about this." He raised his leg and walked straight towards the other party. The sea god immediately retreated and waved his hand in panic. "Don't come over." Seeing him so afraid, Tangjung did not completely relax his guard. The other sea demons were extremely afraid of this dragon's might, but the other party was a flood dragon after all, so they might not be completely afraid of him. If he was not careful, the other party would counterattack, and Tangjung would suffer a huge loss. "You forcefully occupied this dragon palace and willfully killed the innocent. Do you know your crime?" Tangjung berated sternly. The sea god stammered, not knowing how to answer. "Release the people you captured quickly," Tangjung shouted. The sea god remained unmoved. "If you don't want to listen, then I'll do it myself." After Tangjung released the dragon chi, he had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the dragon palace. He could vaguely sense that there would not be any other dangers inside. As a result, he strode towards the dragon palace. The sea god clenched his teeth, his face ashen. Seeing that Tangjung was about to enter the dragon palace, suddenly, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he pounced towards Tangjung. Hiss! Before he even got close, he transformed into a flood dragon, his huge dragon head directly biting towards Tangjung's head. The waves behind him churned. Tangjung suddenly turned around. The dragon chi on his body seemed to be boiling. The dragon chi became even stronger. A trace of fear flashed across the sea god's eyes, his movements involuntarily hesitating. Just at that moment, a light flashed in Tangjung's hand, summoning the heaven-shocking bow and the shooting sun arrow. He knocked the arrow. Whiz! The seawater automatically split to the sides, creating a vacuum. The shooting sun arrow shot towards the sea god with an ear-piercing whistle. The sea god swung his tail, knocking the shooting sun arrow away, and fiercely bit down on the dragon head. Tangjung's eyes turned cold as he fired another shooting sun arrow. This time, it was even more powerful than the previous one. The sea god's huge eyes were filled with fear, as he felt that the god of death was coming for him. He cursed inwardly and swam to the side. However, his body was too big, so it was not easy to change direction. With a puff, a cloud of blood mist burst out of the sea god's head. The pungent blood instantly dyed the seawater red. Its enormous body twisted and rolled fiercely. Many sea monsters were caught in the crossfire and killed on the spot after being swept by the dragon's tail. Lord Sea God Gui Qiansui rushed out of the dragon palace and rushed to the sea god's side. However, he was hit and flew back into the dragon palace. The sea monsters, who were afraid of Tangjung's dragon might and were lying on the ground, not daring to move, scattered and fled. They looked at the sea god, who was screaming miserably. Gradually, the sea god's movements became smaller and smaller. Finally, he completely stopped and fell on the seabed, motionless. Little White jumped onto his huge body with a squeak and cheered at Tangjung. Tangjung walked over and found that there were 2 shooting sun arrows in the sea god's head. He was completely dead. He pulled out the shooting sun arrows and put them away. Looking at this huge body, Tangjung was overjoyed. The flood dragon was not an ordinary monster. His body was a treasure. He directly pulled out the dragon tendon of the other side. With a wave of his hand, the dragon snare that tied the octopus monster flew into his hand. The dragon snare was originally made to trap the dragon clan, but now its level is too low. It can only trap ordinary monsters. If this dragon tendon is added, its quality will definitely rise. When the other demonic beasts saw that their boss's dragon tendons had been pulled out, none of them dared to resist. They all lay on the seabed, trembling. Even the octopus demonic beast that had escaped did not dare to escape. Only fear was left in its heart. Xiaobai lay on the flood dragon's abdomen. Its little claws dug out, and an inner core flew out. It sucked hard with its little mouth. Whoosh! The inner core was sucked into its stomach, and a golden light was emitted from its body. Tang Zheng looked at Xiaobai in amazement. It had absorbed the blood essence of the Beast King, and now it had swallowed the flood dragon's inner core. This little guy was really a foodie. The golden light quickly disappeared, and Little White shook its head and wagged its tail, looking very excited. With a kick of its legs, it jumped into Tang Zheng's embrace. Looking closely, this little guy's eyes had changed. In the past, its eyes were fiery red, but now they had turned golden, and in the middle of the golden eyes was a fiery red, like a lifelike flame. Although Tang Zheng did not understand what this change meant, looking at Xiaobai's happy appearance, this change was definitely not a bad thing. Rubbing its little head, Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. You little brat really know how to find treasures. Although the flood dragon's most precious dragon tendon and inner core had been taken away, the other parts were still treasures. The dragon blood and dragon scales were rare, so of course he would not let them go. With a wave of his hand, he put the dragon body and the 4 symbols venerable into the Sumeru ring. Then he strode into the dragon palace. He involuntarily took a deep breath, and a faint dragon aura floated in the air. He was overjoyed. No wonder these monsters' cultivation speed was so fast. It must be the effect of the dragon aura. He opened his mouth, operated the mysterious technique and sucked. Like a bottomless hole, the dragon aura in the air quickly flew into his mouth. In an instant, a whirlwind rose from the ground, and in the center of the whirlpool was Tang Zheng's mouth. The dragon aura in the sky quickly gathered, and was continuously sucked into his stomach. The speed at which he absorbed the dragon aura was even faster than the flood dragon. After all, he had the dragon aura of the 5-clawed golden dragon in his body, which was of the same origin as the remaining dragon aura of the dragon palace itself. There was a natural sense of intimacy. After a while, when he stopped, the dragon aura in the air was very thin, and the true chi in his body was overturning the sea. The dragon aura and true chi merged into one, and the true chi rapidly expanded. Boom! There was a loud noise in his mind, and his true chi returned to calmness, but his temperament had changed a lot, becoming more and more majestic. My cultivation has broken through again, 6th grade in India. Tang Zheng was overjoyed. He did not expect that he would be able to pick up a big bargain this time. The dragon aura was too useful. Unfortunately, there was not much dragon aura left in the air, and most of it was absorbed by the flood dragon and other demon beasts. Otherwise, Tang Zheng's cultivation would have increased by more than 1 level. When the other demon beasts saw this, they were even more frightened. They lay on the ground and looked up at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng did not care about these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. When he went straight to the dragon palace, Gui Qiansui came out with a few hostages. The Sea King was still as arrogant as ever, while Princess Annie and the other 2 had terrified looks on their faces. Even though they were experienced and knowledgeable, what they had seen and heard along the way had completely overturned their worldview. It was already impressive that they were not scared witless. Kneel! Gui Qiansui spoke and shouted. The Sea King was proud and glared at Anne and the other 2 and shouted, Kneel, did you hear Master Gui's order? I'm talking to you, not them. Gui Qiansui was furious, and an invisible force hit the Sea King's face. Half of his face swelled up, and he spun like a top and fell to the ground. He was confused. Wasn't Gui Qiansui on his side? Why did he ask him to kneel and hit him? Gui Qiansui was full of hatred. If the Sea King's subordinates had not captured Tang Zheng on the island, the following series of events would not have happened. Therefore, the Sea King was the culprit. Gui Qiansui even had the thought of killing him. However, it was not up to him to decide. Everything had to be decided by this mysterious young man, and even his life was in his hands. Gui Qiansui was already lying at Tang Zheng's feet, trembling. Previously, he dared to sacrifice himself to save the flood dragon. Now that the flood dragon was dead, he completely gave up the idea of resisting. He only wanted to save his life. Upper Immortal, please don't be angry. I was blind and offended you. I deserve to die. Gui Qiansui kept begging for mercy, and his head kept knocking on the ground. The crystal floor was already stained with red blood. Upper Immortal? Tang Zheng was startled. Was this old turtle's eyes blurred? How am I an upper immortal? I am just a cultivator. All of this is the Sea King's doctrine. We are his subordinates, and we have to follow his orders. We were all forced. Gui Qiansui cried. The other sea monsters also hurriedly kowtowed. Even the octopus monster echoed, Gui Qiansui is right. We were all forced. Please spare our lives. The sound of crying and begging for mercy was deafening. It was mixed with the whining of many sea monsters that could not speak. This scene was particularly strange. A group of sea monsters with strange shapes actually kowtowed to a person and begged for mercy with snot and tears. In any case, and in the others were completely stunned. They looked at Tang Zheng as if they had seen a ghost. Among them, and was relatively familiar with Tang Zheng. But at this moment, she had a great feeling of strangeness. She originally thought that he was just an ordinary fisherman. This kind of thinking was ridiculous. How could there be such a powerful fisherman? She could not help but recall some of the legends about the East that she had read in books. He was like those legendary immortals. Moreover, these sea monsters called him an upper immortal, so he must be an immortal. These members of the royal family were staunch believers of God. Although technology was changing, they still believed that there was a God in this world. She did not expect to see an immortal today. Although it was an immortal from the Eastern world, it was still an eye-opener. This was simply a dreamlike experience. This immortal from the East was quite handsome. Princess Anne's mind suddenly had this thought, and a trace of blush appeared on her face. But she instantly felt that this was blasphemy to the immortal. She quickly restrained her expression and looked at Tang Zheng in awe. It was as if she wanted to deeply imprint his appearance in her soul. Chapter 502. Looking at their actions, Tang Zheng came back to his senses. Although Anne's identity was prominent, he didn't want to have too much contact with her. After all, his identity was too sensitive, and he didn't want to make it public. He walked towards them. The Sea King was so scared that his face was stuck to the ground and he didn't dare to move. Baser and Bruce were frightened. Only Anne was much calmer. She had a belief that the other party would never kill her. Your Royal Highness, after you leave, I hope you can keep your mouth shut about today's matter. Tang Zheng said straightforwardly. And blinked and said, Are you really an immortal? Hearing that they could leave, Baruth hurriedly pulled Annie, reminding her not to ask questions that would cause unnecessary trouble. Annie, on the other hand, remained indifferent as she stared at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze. I'm just an ordinary person. Everyone has their own secrets. I don't want to tell others. Tang Zheng said lightly. They all call you immortal, so you must be an immortal, right? Immortals are very low-key and benevolent. Did you predict that I would be in danger, so you came down from the heavens to save me? Annie's eyes were burning with anticipation as she asked. Tang Zheng was stunned. This princess's imagination was too rich. She was not limited to the fantasy of a hero saving a beauty, but an immortal saving a beauty. Was her charm so great? Tang Zheng looked at her deeply. Her charm was really that great. Seeing Tang Zheng staring at her, and didn't feel disgusted. Instead, she felt a kind of heartfelt joy. Her face blushed. Cough. Tang Zheng awkwardly coughed and said, Princess Anne, you are out of danger. I will ask them to send you back to the sea. You haven't answered my question yet. Anne eagerly asked. Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear as he waved his hand at Gui Qiansui and said, Since you are the one who brought them back, then immediately send them back. If I find out that you have ill intentions towards them, then I will definitely not let you off. Gui Qiansui was overjoyed as if he had been granted amnesty. He hurriedly accepted the order. Yes, please rest assured. I will definitely send them back safely. Tang Zheng shifted his gaze and looked at the Sea King again. Just as he was about to finish him off, he heard Bruce say in a trembling voice, Immortal, can you let us take the Sea King away and deal with him? Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. This time, the Sea King had humiliated the Swedish royal family. They would definitely want to deal with the Sea King personally, which would be more painful than killing him directly. Thus, Tang Zheng accepted this suggestion. Bruce and Baser heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that this Eastern immortal was not that difficult to talk to. He was quite reasonable. Suddenly, the Sea King panicked and hugged Tang Zheng's leg, crying, "Immortal, please spare my life. I will be your slave. I will do whatever you want me to do. Just don't let them take me away." He knew very well that he would not be able to survive this time, so he was so scared. Tang Zheng snorted and said, "Are you afraid? Then why didn't you have a little mercy when you captured those people? You brought this upon yourself. Bezer, catch him." Bezer was overjoyed and quickly caught the Sea King. "Let's go," Tang Zheng said lightly. Several bubbles immediately wrapped them up, and still wanted to say something, but she found that her voice could not pass through the bubbles. She could only watch Gui Qiansui take her to the surface of the sea. The bubbles burst on the surface of the sea, and they floated on the surface. Gui Qiansui dived into the sea again, and angrily wanted to dive back to find the immortal, but she was quickly stopped by Bruce. "Your Highness, please don't. It was not easy for us to escape. We should rush back to our country immediately," Bruce persuaded earnestly. "The king and queen must be very anxious after losing our news. But if we miss this chance, it will be difficult to see that immortal again," and said sadly, "But without the help of that monster, we can't dive to the bottom of the sea," Bruce said. Annie hung her head dejectedly. She had to admit that they were too weak to accomplish this task. A whistle sounded. Bezer looked at several huge warships in the distance and shouted in surprise, "Warships, someone is coming to save us. It's our country's warships." Bruce was also happy. A moment later, they were picked up on the warships. The news of Princess Anne's safe return immediately spread. The audience all over the world rejoiced, but more people were interested in what happened during this period. When Anne arrived in her country, the world's media had been waiting for a long time. Immediately, a press conference was held, and had regained her usual elegance. In front of the world's media, she calmly told a set of statements that had long been unified. Of course, this explanation hid the magnificent and magical story. Instead, it gave credit to the military. But the reporters were obviously not satisfied with this kind of old-fashioned story. Many people asked about a word that appeared in the live broadcast, night. Hearing these words, a deep smile appeared on the princess's calm face for the first time. She closed her eyes and recalled for a while, then said, "Yes, in fact, the biggest contribution this time is this night. He is mysterious, unfathomable, and unforgettable for the rest of my life." The reporters had never seen such a little girl's expression on Her Highness's face. They had never heard such a high evaluation of anyone. Suddenly, the reporters' keen sense immediately realized one thing. This mysterious knight was the real big news. "Your Highness, can you introduce this knight to us? I believe everyone wants to know this knight who saved the damsel in distress." "This is as beautiful as a fairy tale," the reporter said. Anne's smile became even sweeter and said, "No, this is more beautiful than a fairy tale." "Hiss," everyone gasped. Many people had already thought of the front-page headline of tomorrow's newspaper, "Princess Anne and the Mysterious Knight's Relationship Exposed." It's better than a fairy tale. "Your Highness, can you let us know who this lucky knight is?" The reporters were excited and asked one after another. And shrugged and made a cute helpless expression. She playfully said, "This is my secret." The relationship between Princess Anne and the mysterious knight spread like wildfire, and instantly spread all over the world. Many people were heartbroken. If they were the mysterious knight, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. Anne was also laughing. She often sat in front of the window and looked at the white clouds in the sky and laughed foolishly. The king and queen saw this and tried to persuade her several times, but to no avail. Of course, they knew about the incident at the bottom of the sea, but it was not from Anne. It was Bruce who told them. The two of them were also shocked by the series of fantastical events. They immediately ordered Barzil to keep his mouth shut. Even Barzil was no longer a member of the peacekeeping force, and became a member of the royal guards. They were afraid that he would leak the news. "My knight, I will definitely find you. I've heard that there are many gods in the east, but none of them can stop me, Princess Annie. I will definitely read all the myths and legends, and I will definitely find you." Princess Annie made up her mind as she looked at the clouds in the sky. Tang Zheng of course did not know the princess's thoughts. When Gui Qiansui sent them away, he immediately looked for the dark stone of heaven and earth in the dragon palace. The dark stone of heaven and earth was combined with the crystal of the dragon palace, so that such a magnificent palace could be built under the water. If the dark stone of heaven and earth was taken away, it would be difficult for the dragon palace to continue to exist. Anyway, the dragon clan was gone, so there was no need for the dragon palace to exist. In addition, the sudden disappearance of Sea King Island was bound to attract the attention of various countries. This sea would become a paradise for exploration in the future, and they all wanted to know the reason. Although this was the deep sea, technology was advanced. In time, the dragon palace would be discovered, and it would be too late to take away the dark stone of heaven and earth. Therefore, Tang Zheng immediately drove the sea monsters out of the dragon palace. Standing alone in the dragon palace, he operated the mysterious skill and wandered around the dragon palace like lightning. Bang bang bang. One palm after another, he hit specific positions in the dragon palace. These positions were inlaid with the dark stone of heaven and earth. When his genuine chi was injected into these dark stone of heaven and earth, the dragon palace shone brightly like the sun, very dazzling. All the sea monsters could not open their eyes. Tang Zheng took a deep breath and was shrouded by the dazzling light. He did not move, quietly waiting for the reaction. Boom boom boom. The dragon palace shook, and the mysterious layer of light above the dragon palace suddenly broke. Seawater poured into the dragon palace, and Tang Zheng was surrounded by seawater, swaying along with the dragon palace. Huge pieces of crystal fell, smashing into the ground and becoming one with the seawater. More and more crystals fell, and the dragon palace quickly became nervous. However, Tang Zheng's attention was not on the crystals, but on the pieces of dark stone of heaven and earth floating from the collapsed ruins. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, Tang Zheng counted them one by one. In the end, the light disappeared, and the crystals turned into powder, completely blending into the seawater. Only the silver-white, 2-meter-wide dark stone of heaven and earth was left floating. A total of 36 pieces, more than what was found under the sorcerer clan's square. Now I have a total of 66 dark stone of heaven and earth. I am only 33 pieces away from 99 pieces. There are still some buried under the imperial city, but I don't know how many there are. Tang Zheng was very excited. If he collected all the dark stone of heaven and earth, he could rebuild the stairway to heaven, go to the mysterious sky beyond, and even bring back the cultivators. Of course, Tang Zheng would not do this easily, but he must control the dark stone of heaven and earth in his hands. When the sea monsters saw Tang Zheng destroy the dragon palace, they all kept quiet out of fear. Some sea monsters were so scared that they fainted. Tang Zheng put the dark stone of heaven and earth into the Sumeru ring. Looking at the shivering sea monsters, he frowned. How should he deal with these guys? Immortal, I have followed your instructions and sent them back. Where is the dragon palace? Gui Qiansui swam back and looked at the empty seabed stunned. Chapter 503. Gui Qiansui, let me ask you. Tang Zheng said. Gui Qiansui woke up from his dream. There was no doubt that the dragon palace was destroyed by this immortal. Gui Qiansui was very clear that the dragon palace was impregnable and could not be destroyed easily. But in a short time, the dragon palace was destroyed. This showed that the immortal was more powerful than he thought. Gui Qiansui did not have any thoughts of resistance. He crawled on the ground and said with fear, Immortal, please ask. I will tell you everything I know. Tang Zheng nodded with satisfaction and asked, When you faced the human fleet, why did you make their planes and ships lose their power? Gui Qiansui was secretly happy. If it was other questions he might not be able to answer, then he would be useless to the immortal, and he would not be far from death. Gui Qiansui could not wait and said, Immortal, this is the effect of my unique skill, Mysterious Sound Wave. It is a spell that I accidentally learned. Mysterious Sound Wave? Tang Zheng creased his eyebrows in suspicion. Seeing Tang Zheng frown, Gui Qiansui thought that he did not believe him and quickly said, Immortal, This is indeed the effect of my mysterious sound wave. You can ask the octopus, he can testify. Tang Zheng turned his head and looked at the octopus. The octopus, who only had 2 tentacles left, hurriedly said, "High Immortal, Gui Qiansui's words are not false. This is indeed his famous skill." "Oh, can this spell be taught to others?" Tang Zheng no longer doubted and asked curiously. This kind of spell was a fatal blow to the humans' high-tech troops. Tang Zheng certainly could not turn a blind eye to it. Gui Qiansui showed a difficult expression and said, "It's not that I want to hide it from you. This spell needs to be coordinated with my throat to release the black sound wave. The sea god once asked about this spell, but he didn't learn it in the end." Seeing the disappointment on Tang Zheng's face, Gui Qiansui panicked and said, "Of course, the sea god cannot be compared with the immortal. If the immortal is interested, this little demon can tell the black sound wave to the immortal." Tang Zheng waved his hand. He understood that some spells could only be practiced by certain races. This time, he had already obtained the black stone of heaven and earth, and his cultivation had increased by 1 level. He had already taken all the benefits, so there was no need to covet this ethereal black sound wave. "High Immortal, since this little demon's mysterious sound wave can enter your eyes, I wonder if this little demon can follow you everywhere in the future?" Gui Qiansui said expectantly. Tang Zheng was overjoyed. This little turtle was quite tactful. This kind of monster with special abilities was rare. No matter whether the other party was sincere or not, it was not a bad deal to take him under his wing. "All right, from now on you will follow behind me. But I have to tell you first, if you dare to commit crimes and kill people, I will definitely use you to make soup," Tang Zheng fiercely said. "This little demon doesn't dare. This little demon doesn't dare," Gui Qiansui hurriedly said. "In fact, this little demon used to pretend to be an island. In addition to sending out the black sound wave, I also directly fought with humans. And all of this was under the command of the sea god, not out of this little demon's heart." Tang Zheng calmly nodded. "I don't care about the past, I only care about the future. Take care of yourself." Gui Qiansui was overjoyed. When the other sea monsters saw that Gui Qiansui had found a good place to go, they all showed a look of envy. Even the octopus monster was envious. He hesitantly said, "High Immortal, this little demon also wants to serve you everywhere." Tang Zheng's face sank and angrily shouted, "Little octopus, I have already done enough by not killing you. How dare you be so delusional?" The octopus demon was so scared that his entire body trembled. He said in a trembling voice, "This little demon is being delusional." Tang Zheng coldly snorted, swept a glance at the sea demons prostrating on the ground, and said, "You guys have committed crimes in the past, so logically speaking, I should have gotten rid of all of you. However, the heavens are benevolent, so I will let you guys off, but you have to remember, if you dare to commit crimes in the future, the fate of that flood dragon will be your example." "Yes, thank you High Immortal for not killing us." The sea monsters were very grateful. "Gui Qiansui, let's go." "High Immortal, you can call me Little Turtle," Gui Qiansui said in fear and trepidation. Phew, after a while, when they finally surfaced from the sea, Tang Zheng took a deep breath and looked at the endless blue sea. He was worried that there was no boat to go back to China. Gui Qiansui seemed to know Tang Zheng's thoughts and carefully said, "High Immortal, you can sit on my back. I can carry you anywhere." Tang Zheng was overjoyed. Yes, I almost forgot about this means of transportation. So in the next few days, Tang Zheng rode Gui Qiansui, either stealthily or treading on the waves, and gradually approached the coastline of Wuxia. An open-air beach swimming pool was crowded. The spring festival was approaching, and many tourists chose to go to the south to spend the winter. Splash! 2 water splashes bloomed on the sea, and 2 people emerged and swam to the coast like 2 fish. The tourists next to them looked at them. These 2 guys were swimming with clothes on, so interesting. Passing through the turbulent crowd, Tang Zheng and Huang Xiang took Xiaobai and Gui Qiansui, who had shrunk into an ordinary little turtle, ashore. The 2 went straight to the airport and took the same day's flight back to Ordinary Balance. When they set foot on the land of Ordinary Balance, looking at the familiar streets, A familiar feeling spontaneously arose, but the air seemed to be filled with an unusual atmosphere. When they took a taxi to Shangfeng Shangshui district, this strange atmosphere became more and more intense. What's going on? He looked around, and several suspicious faces jumped into his eyes. There were several people sitting in a shop across the street, and their faces were quite unfriendly. Tang Zheng secretly remembered it in his heart, and without hesitation walked into the district. When he passed the gate guard, he found that there were several unfamiliar faces, and they were not the previous security guards, and the atmosphere of these people was very strange. Tang Zheng was brave and did not immediately attack, but quickened his pace and ran home, and an ominous premonition gradually hit his heart. Gotcha. When he turned the key to open the door, it was empty. Grandpa, are you home? No one answered, and everything in the house was the same, and there was no clue. Something must have happened. Grandpa, you must not let anything happen to you. Tang Zheng's heart gradually began to panic. He remembered his grandpa's phone number, but his own phone was lost during the fight on the plane, so he had to go downstairs to the public phone to contact his grandpa. When he walked downstairs, an old man rushed out from behind a tall tree and shouted at him, "Little Zheng, quickly run, there are bad people coming to catch you." Tang Zheng recognized this old man, as he was one of the old people who worked with his grandpa to make the recycling station. Tang Zheng's heart suddenly tightened, and looking around from all directions, there were already many people rushing out, directly surrounding him. "Little Zheng, quickly run. Your grandpa has been caught by them. You can't follow in his footsteps." The old man anxiously shouted. Tang Zheng's raised foot suddenly stopped, and his face was gloomy, as he stared at the people rushing over. The old man saw that he was not moving, and became even more anxious, and wanted to rush over to push him away, but was pulled back by a person behind him. "Tang Zheng, you are under arrest," the leader said to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng coldly laughed and said, "Who are you, and what qualifications do you have to arrest me?" If you don't want anything to happen to your grandpa, you better cooperate with us," the other side coldly threatened. Tang Zheng angrily said, "What did you do to my grandpa? He is now in our hands, and not only him. Even your good friend Fang Shishir is in our hands. If you know what's good for you, then obediently come with us, or else, you will never see them again." "You also caught Shishir?" Fang Shishir should have returned to the country for the winter vacation, so she fell into their hands. Moreover, from the other side's arrogant attitude, Tang Zheng judged that they must have an official status, and their identity was obvious. "You are from the dragon group?" You are smart. Let me tell you, if you offend our dragon group, not only you but everyone close to you will be in trouble." "Shameless." Tang Zheng's eyes were about to spit fire. "You are not my opponent, so you made a move on my family. Are you still human? This is war, your war with the dragon group. War is cruel. You should have thought of this point when you went against the dragon group," the other side arrogantly said. Tang Zheng's thoughts quickly turned. The dragon group really put in a lot of effort for the life-continuing pill. After failing to make a move on the plane, they actually turned their sights on his family. "You want me to surrender? No way." Tang Zheng knew the dragon group's conduct. He must not let the other side catch him, otherwise, it would fulfill the other side's wish, allowing the dragon group to deal with his family without any scruples. As long as he was not caught, the dragon group would have scruples and would not dare to kill his family. As a result, Tang Zheng pushed out both of his palms and directly struck the leader's chest. The other party clearly did not expect that Tang Zheng would dare to make a move in this kind of situation. Caught off guard, his chest caved in from the palm strike and his eyes bulged out. He flew far away and crashed into a tree trunk, dying on the spot. When the others saw this, they turned pale with fright and roared as they rushed towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's hair stood on end as he roared, "All of you can go to hell." So, turning into an afterimage, he rushed into the midst of the enemies. Pung pung pung. The sound of impact rose and fell one after another. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. In the past he still had some scruples, but now in his rage, he showed no mercy. Huang Xiang was emotionless, so he would not be lenient. The two of them were like gods of death, killing back and forth. The screams were earth-shattering. The setting sun shone down on the land, making it look like hell. When the residents saw this scene, they all hid in their houses and looked out from their windows. They were so scared that their faces were drained of blood, and they were trembling. The sound of the alarm came from afar, resounding through the sky, and the dragon group members were getting fewer and fewer. They fell to the ground, blood staining the ground, and even the grass was dyed red. Tang Zheng was in a killing mood, and his eyes were covered with a layer of bloody light, looking sinister and terrifying. Quickly run, he's gone mad. We're not his opponent. The remaining members of the dragon group screamed as they scattered in all directions. Chapter 504. Ordinary balance was boiling. At dusk, an extremely vile murder case occurred in Upper Wind Upper Water, causing the people to keep quiet out of fear. In a short span of 10 days, so many things had happened in Ordinary Balance, causing everyone to be in a state of panic. Even the ordinary people were in danger. Not long ago, Ordinary Balance experienced a severe crackdown. The people who mingled in the underworld were either locked up or fled. This was the most severe crackdown in the last 10 years, causing the underworld to suffer a devastating blow. Today, no one dared to say that they mingled in the underworld. At the same time, it was said that a secret arrest occurred in Upper Wind Upper Water. It was said that a girl resisted arrest, and a chaotic battle occurred in order to protect an old man. However, in the end, she was not a match and was taken away together with the old man. As for the girl's family, they were unlucky. Originally, they were a large family in Ordinary Balance and earned quite a bit of money from doing business. After this incident, their business plummeted and they lost quite a bit of money. Tang Zheng and Huang Xiang silently moved forward in the night. The above was the news that they had heard. His face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had already guessed that Feng Shishir must have gone to visit her grandfather during the holidays. That was why she had suffered such an unexpected calamity, and even the Feng family had been implicated. I wonder how Lin Hu, Fire Phoenix, and Mu Hongyan are doing? However, when he called the three of them, he found out that the phone had already stopped working. Since they had experienced a severe crackdown, then those places must have been swept clean. Let's first find Shishir's parents. After experiencing such a thing, they must be in a lot of pain. Let's first go and comfort them. When he arrived at Feng Shishir's neighborhood, he did not find any suspicious people. It was clear that the dragon group did not monitor this area in real time. He carefully snuck into Feng Shishir's house. Before he even appeared, he heard Shimingqin's voice. Chonghua, how was your investigation today? Is there a way to save Shishir? Feng Chonghua let out a long sigh and said, I've already asked around using my connections, but I'm now a rat that everyone hates. Many of my former partners are avoiding me, hee. His self-mocking laughter was filled with helplessness and sadness. It's all because of that little bastard, Tang Zheng. If it weren't for him, Shishir wouldn't have been caught. Who exactly did he offend? What kind of trouble did he cause to attract such a ruthless character, and cause our family to suffer such a disaster? Shimingqin began to sob, her voice somewhat hoarse. It was clear that she had cried countless times in the past few days. Tang Zheng felt sour in his heart. He had never thought that the dragon group would be so deranged. All of this was caused by his miscalculation. He was extremely regretful. Mingqin, this is all Shishir's fate. It's not all little Tang's fault. Feng Chonghua said. You're still protecting him. Look, your daughter has been captured and you're still protecting him. I already knew that he was not a good person. But this time he caused our Feng family to be in such a miserable state. If I were to see him, I would definitely beat him up. Shimingqin angrily said. Tang Zheng did not want to listen any longer. He walked out and awkwardly said, Uncle Auntie. When the two heard this, they were suddenly startled and turned their heads to look. When they saw Tang Zheng clearly, Shimingqin screamed and jumped up from the sofa. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she pounced towards Tang Zheng. You bastard, it's all because of you that our family Shishir was harmed. I will kill you and cut your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Tang Zheng was like a puppet, not moving at all. He allowed her fists to continuously pound on his body. Feng Chonghua, seeing this, hurriedly pulled his wife and advised, "Mengqin, don't be like this. Calm down. Little Tang, sit down first." Mengqin was forced to stop. She was flustered and exasperated as she continuously gasped for breath. She angrily said, "Tang Zheng, you still dare to come back? Do you still have a conscience?" Tang Zheng did not evade as he shamefully said, "Auntie, uncle, this is all my fault. I harmed my grandfather, and also harmed Shirshir. Please be at ease, I will definitely save them. Even if I die, I will not let them be harmed. I only see you standing in front of me safe and sound while my daughter has been captured. I don't even know where she is locked up and what kind of hardship she has suffered." Mengqin complained. Tang Zheng was incomparably pained. "I would rather the one captured was me." "You say it so nicely. Originally I said that our family's Shirshir was tricked by you." "Mengqin, don't say too much. Since little Tang has returned, he will definitely think of a way to save Shirshir," Feng Chonghua advised. Tang Zheng gratefully looked at Feng Chonghua and firmly said, "I will definitely save Shirshir." Mengqin's anger disappeared by quite a bit as she fiercely glared at Tang Zheng and said, "Then what do we do now?" "I still don't know, but I will definitely think of a way. These people came for me, and since I have not been captured, they will not dare to touch Shirshir." "Just who are they?" Feng Chonghua asked. "Dragon Group, a new secret organization established by the government. How did you become enemies with this kind of organization?" Feng Chonghua wrinkled his eyebrows. As a businessman, he knew that citizens should not fight with the government. Hearing that Tang Zheng had become enemies with such a powerful organization, his heart could not help but tremble. "It's a long story." Tang Zheng shook his head as he did not want to go into detail. After all, the other party has an official background. If possible, it is better to reconcile. Both sides suffering losses is not the best plan. Feng Chonghua advised. "The other party is overbearing and cannot be reconciled. Moreover, they targeted the people closest to me, so I will definitely not let them go," Tang Zheng fiercely said. Mengqin heard this and loudly shouted, "Look at what he is saying. Just how much ability do you have to go against the country? The Dragon Group does not represent the country. The Dragon Group being controlled by people with ulterior motives is the country's loss," Tang Zheng disapprovingly said. Feng Chonghua shook his head. "There is an old saying that citizens should not fight with the government. Although I am not clear on the specifics of what happened between the two of you, everything has to be done appropriately. I heard that there was a murder case at Shangfeng Shangshui. Is it related to you?" "Yes, I was only teaching them a lesson." Feng Chonghua said in his heart that it was not as simple as teaching them a lesson. It was said that many people died, and this was a sign that the situation was getting bigger. However, in order to prevent his wife from worrying, he did not say it out loud. His daughter's boyfriend's way of doing things far exceeded his expectations, and he already had no way of interfering. "It's fine as long as you know what you are doing," Feng Chonghua helplessly said. "No matter what, you must save my daughter. Otherwise, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go," Mengqin fiercely said. Tang Zheng nodded his head. "Uncle, I heard that your business has been affected. You still dare to say that? Our family has been harmed by you and our business has practically been wiped out." Upon mentioning this matter, Mengqin's evil fire once again shot up. Tang Zheng did not blame her but instead understood her feelings and said, "When this matter is over, I will definitely compensate you." He had already decided that in the future he would give them life-continuing pills to prolong their lives. This was more important than any compensation. "Uncle, Auntie, I will first go and think of a way to save them." When Tang Zheng walked out, he heard Mengqin still complaining. He was helpless and disappeared into the night. After meeting up with Huang Xiang, he walked towards Lin Hu's house. From far away, he saw quite a few policemen patrolling outside Lin Hu's house, vigilantly looking around. He was preparing to sneak in when he heard the lid of a nearby trash can open, and a black human head popped out. He jumped in fright, but his eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He immediately pressed down on the head only to hear the other softly exclaim, Young Master Tang, it's me. Tang Zheng subconsciously stopped his hand and stared, saying in astonishment, Wuxia, how come it's you? Looking at this pitch-black person with the sour smell of garbage, it was hard to associate him with the big brother of the underworld. Lin Hu, who was so black that only his eyes could be seen, involuntarily sobbed. Young Master Tang, it really is you. It's great that you came back. I was useless and was unable to protect the old man, and let him be taken away by criminals. My brothers are either dead or captured. Tang Zheng felt a pain in his chest as he supported Lin Hu and jumped out of the trash can. Lin Hu's face gradually revealed a happy expression as he stared at Tang Zheng, as if he had found his backbone. I knew that young Master Tang would come back, so I hid here every day, waiting for you to come back. Lin Hu grinned, revealing a trace of a smile. Tang Zheng patted his shoulder and said, Brother, you have suffered. Not at all. I knew that young Master Tang would definitely come back, and lead us to fight a comeback. Lin Hu was full of confidence as his depressed mood was swept away. Young Master Tang, it is not convenient to talk here. There are too many enemies, so let us leave first. The few of them quietly left, and arrived at a small courtyard in the suburbs. The environment here was terrible, and it was ordinary Balance's slum area. Lin Hu rhythmically knocked on the courtyard door a few times. It was clearly a prearranged signal. The courtyard door opened a small crack, and a pair of vigilant eyes were hidden in the crack. The eyes spun around, and when they saw that it was Lin Hu, the other side sighed in relief and said, Brother Hu, you have returned. Did you find anything? Fire Phoenix, look who this is. Lin Hu stepped aside, revealing Tang Zheng behind him. Young Master Tang, you have returned. Fire Phoenix hurriedly covered her mouth in surprise. Quickly come in so that we won't be discovered. The few of them entered the courtyard, and Fire Phoenix's eyes could not leave Tang Zheng. She was unable to restrain her joy. Young Master Tang, it is great that you have returned. We now have a backbone. Tang Zheng discovered that Fire Phoenix had clearly become more haggard. He held her hand and said, You have suffered. Fire Phoenix revealed a brilliant smile and shook her head. Not at all. But looking at the expression between her eyebrows, it was clear that she had been worried for many days. Brother, you have returned. A small figure rushed out from the house and directly threw herself into Tang Zheng's embrace. Tang Zheng felt his head ache as he hugged Nana and said, Nana, brother is sorry for not being able to protect you. Nana reached out her small hand and touched Tang Zheng's cheek. She said in a childish voice, Brother, there are bad people bullying us. You must beat them away. Chapter 505. This time the Dragon Group had led the attack, and even the business system that Mu Hongyan and the others had just established had been completely destroyed. Their previous investments had all gone down the drain. Fortunately, the money from the auction of the life-continuing pill had not been invested, otherwise the losses would have been huge. Tang Zheng did not care about the money. As long as they were fine, everything could be restarted. Regarding the Dragon Group's swift and decisive actions, Tang Zheng's heart was burning with anger. The Dragon Group was really too shameless. Not only did they retaliate against the underground world, they even killed all the legitimate businesses. The reason why Fire Phoenix and I were able to escape was all because of Deng Maohua's information. Lin Hu said with a lingering fear. Tang Zheng remembered Deng Maohua. This was one of the connections he had formed in the police force. He did not expect that it would be of use now. The enemy's background is deep. The ordinary Balance government does not dare to resist. That is why they are still following orders to search for us. Fire Phoenix said hatefully. Tang Zheng looked deeply at them and said, Everyone has suffered. Since I am back, the enemy will not be able to jump around for more than a few days. They rubbed their palms together and nodded excitedly. Young Master Tang, we will do as you say. Seeing their excited expressions, Tang Zheng's heart moved. The current situation was becoming more and more serious, and they were all weak. A person's cultivation was of no use, and Mu Hongyan was just an ordinary person. So her strength was too weak. Wuxia Phoenix, let me tell you something. You can decide for yourselves. Tang Zheng said. Please speak, young Master Tang. The two looked at Tang Zheng with eager eyes. I am not a martial artist. I am an even more mysterious cultivator. Seeing the two's suspicious expression, Tang Zheng explained the difference between cultivators and martial artists. The two were shocked. Cultivators are not accepted by this world. But cultivators are even more mysterious and powerful. That is why I have an idea. I will let you practice magic and become a cultivator. But this way, you will become the enemy of most martial artists. You will even become the enemy of the dragon group. Thus, whether you want to become a cultivator or not is up to you. Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix were flabbergasted. This was like opening a door to a mysterious world in front of them. Young Master Tang, since you are a cultivator, then I will also become a cultivator. Moreover, I have already formed a grudge with the dragon group. We are already mortal enemies, so what if I become a cultivator? Lin Hu said without the slightest hesitation. Tang Zheng glanced at Lin Hu with gratification. Without a doubt, this decision had further strengthened his relationship with Tang Zheng. Fire Phoenix hesitated for a moment. Then she looked at Tang Zheng with sparkling eyes. Smiling like a flower, she said, Young Master Tang, I am a woman, so of course I will listen to young Master Tang. Moreover, you are telling me such a life and death matter. That is truly a sign of your trust in me. If I was still a little girl, then I would have given myself to you. Not to mention, it is only a matter of becoming a cultivator, so of course I, Fire Phoenix, will not shirk my responsibility. Tang Zheng laughed with gratification. Good, then it's decided. I will immediately pass on a cultivation technique to you too. He had already organized a cultivation technique suitable for beginners, and immediately passed it on to the two. They both had a foundation in martial arts, so their comprehension was much stronger than ordinary people. Learning the basics was not difficult. In addition, he also gave them some spirit-gathering pills. Young Master Tang, then what should we do now? You two focus on cultivating. I will take care of this matter. The two's expression dimmed. They understood that their strength was too weak and could not help much. They secretly decided that they would work hard to cultivate, so that the next time they would be able to help young Master Tang. Tang Zheng, Nana's cultivation cannot be delayed. Mu Hongyan reminded. After this period of time passes, I will pass on the Dragon God technique to her. The Dragon God technique was a powerful cultivation technique of the Dragon Clan. It was even more powerful than the cultivation technique he organized himself. However, the Dragon God technique had requirements for the cultivator's potential and was extremely difficult to learn. Lu Qingmei cultivated the Dragon God technique, and Tang Zheng, with his heaven-defying cultivation, had only cultivated to the first level of the 9 levels. However, Nana was still young. She had profited from a disaster. There was already a trace of true qi in her body that had been nourishing her body. She had enough potential and enough time, so she was most suitable to cultivate the Dragon God technique. The Dragon God technique required careful guidance at the beginning. Tang Zheng did not have the time at the moment, so he could only postpone it. In the middle of the night, the small courtyard fell into silence. Everyone was asleep. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from outside the courtyard. A large group of armed soldiers quickly surrounded the courtyard. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few tear gas bullets broke through the window and emitted a burst of white smoke. The few people who were sleeping soundly immediately woke up. Tears came out of their eyes and they felt very uncomfortable. Tang Zheng was awakened the moment the tear gas bullet landed. He jumped up like a carp. When he saw the white smoke, he immediately held his breath. Oh no, this place has been discovered. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Tang Zheng rushed into the room of the others, and found that they were all in tears. Nana was even crying loudly. He waved his hand and a strong wind rose from the ground, blowing away the white smoke in front of him, and rushed out with the few people. But just as he rushed out of the house, the courtyard was completely enveloped by white smoke. The stimulation was even stronger. Bang bang bang. Bullets flew in all directions and headed straight for the few of them. Damn it, are they deliberately not leaving anyone alive? Tang Zheng was shocked. The other party was really unscrupulous. They didn't even let the children go. Seeing that they had lost their ability to fight, and even their breathing had become irregular, if Tang Zheng rushed out, they would feel even more uncomfortable. Immortal, I have an idea. Gui Qiansui, who had been hiding in Tang Zheng's backpack, ran out. What is it? Tell me. Gui Qiansui opened his mouth and spat out a huge bubble. Tang Zheng immediately understood Gui Qiansui's idea. He was overjoyed. Okay, send them in quickly. The air bubble immediately enveloped them, isolating them from the pungent smell. You guys stay here. I will go outside to deal with the enemies. Tang Zheng, Huang Xiang, and Xiaobai rushed out. The bullets flew directly past their cheeks. Whoosh. Tang Zheng leapt up and jumped onto the wall of the courtyard. Looking carefully, he immediately discovered that there were 3 layers of enemies inside and 3 layers outside. Tang Zheng, I know you and your remaining forces are hiding inside. You escaped on the plane, but this time you won't be able to escape. Xing Feng's voice came from afar. Looking carefully, he was standing in the middle of the group. He was surrounded by layers of people. He obviously knew how powerful Tang Zheng was, and was guarding against him. Xing Feng, you really don't think that your people have died enough. Are you here to die again? Tang Zheng said coldly. Haha, you want to kill my people? Let's see if you have the ability. Xing Feng stepped back, revealing 2 people behind him. Tang Dahai and Fang Shishir. The 2 couldn't move. When they saw Tang Zheng, they were very excited and shouted, Little Zheng, don't worry about us. Hurry up and run. Fang Shishir also said with a firm expression, Tang Zheng, you definitely can't fall into the hands of these people. They won't let you go. Tang Zheng's heart felt as if it was fiercely hit. His face was pale as he said, Grandfather Shishir, I will definitely save you. Since the other party dared to bring people in front of him, then he would risk his life to save the 2 of them. Hung hung, you won't have the chance. Attack life or death. Xing Feng ordered. Several people rose into the air. The rocket boosters behind them lit up the night sky. At the same time, the ground troops also set up missile launchers on their shoulders. In the sky and on the ground, they were all equipped with new weapons with great destructive power. Be careful. Tang Zheng's face was gloomy as he reminded. Huang Xiang and Xiaobai nodded in understanding. Attack! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 2 people and 1 beast turned into 3 afterimages and rushed towards the enemy group. Boom boom boom. Flames swallowed, the earth shook, and countless cannonballs flew towards Tang Zheng and the other 2. The cannonballs exploded in the air, turning into specks of light. It was as if millions of stars decorated the sky. It was extremely beautiful. But beautiful things often meant danger. These specks of light quickly intertwined, quickly weaving into a large net. Bang bang bang. Tang Zheng and the other 2's attacks landed on this large net, but were completely rebounded by this large net. This large net of interweaving specks of light had endless willfulness, and was completely impossible to break through. Moreover, the large net released waves of powerful electricity, causing the 3's bodies to emit black smoke. The large net fell down like an inescapable net, completely enveloping the 3. The ghost headblade and Xiaobai's flames were unable to break through the large net. If we can't do anything, then we'll really become turtles in a jar. Tang Zheng did not care that this was a city. He immediately summoned a 4 symbols venerable. The 4 symbols venerable held the large net, and the 3 of them gasped for breath. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a loud roar came from afar. A black shadow flew down from the sky, and below this black shadow hung an even bigger guy. This guy was dozens of meters tall, and was actually comparable to the 4 symbols venerable. This big guy's body was glowing with a metallic luster. Mecha! Tang Zheng was shocked. This was a heaven-defying existence that only appeared in movies, but he actually saw it. No wonder Xing Feng was so confident. Boom! The helicopter released the lock-on device, and the mecha fell from a height of dozens of meters. Its 4 legs hit the ground heavily, causing dust to fly and the ground to shake violently. The surrounding houses also shook a few times. Such a huge commotion had already alarmed the surrounding residents. They were all frightened and fled in all directions, occasionally turning back to look at this scene. This mecha was not in human form, but in the form of a ferocious beast. It had 4 legs, a long tail, and a huge head. Roar! Opening its mouth, the mecha let out a beast-like roar. The sound waves spread in all directions, causing many houses to collapse. Boom, boom, boom. The mecha ran wildly on all 4 legs. Every time it landed, the ground would shake. Suddenly, the mecha's 4 legs rose into the air, flying over the heads of the dragon group members, and directly pouncing on the 4 symbols' venerable. Tang Zheng reacted quickly and rushed into the 4 symbols' venerable's body, personally controlling it. The mecha pounced like a tiger and ruthlessly pounced on the 4 symbols' venerable. Both of them were about the same size, and the mecha's power was very strong. The 4 symbols' venerable suffered the huge impact and fell backward. Chapter 506. At that moment, Tang Zheng felt like dying. Mu Hongyan, Nana, Linhu, and Fire Phoenix were all pinned under the 4 symbols. With the weight of the 4 symbols, they would have been reduced to minced meat, and he would become the indirect murderer. Kill! Tang Zheng roared. The 4 symbols' venerable used his arms to support himself as he stood up. Even though his body was still covered by the net of light, and the electric current seemed to want to penetrate through the stone and enter Tang Zheng's body, he could not care less. He only had one thought left, and that was to dismantle the mech, kill Xingfeng, and avenge Nana and the others. The Knight of 4 Symbols opened his arms and hugged the mecha's head. He used all his strength to try and tear the head off. A sharp cracking sound could be clearly heard coming from the neck. Roar! The mech roared, and its long tail lashed out like a whip, hitting the 4 symbols from the air. The 4 symbols was hit by a huge force, and it rolled a circle before coming to a stop. However, because of this roll, the net of light fell to the ground. Huang Xiang and Xiaobai were freed, and Xiaobai immediately spat fire at the mech. The mech opened its mouth, and a ball of fire rushed out. The mech could spit fire as well, and the 2 balls of fire collided, lighting up the area as bright as day. Boom! The 2 balls of fire exploded in the air, and a black cloud rose. The mech's long tail pierced through the black cloud and came down from the sky, stabbing directly at the 4 symbols' chest. Screech! The tip of the tail was very sharp, like a large drill. It spun rapidly, spinning viciously at the 4 symbols' chest, as if it wanted to drill through its body. Ah! Tang Zheng let out a scream. Without a doubt, this was the biggest crisis he had faced since obtaining the 4 symbols. The strength of this big guy's mech was far beyond Tang Zheng's expectations. This was the result of science and technology. After so many years of accumulation of science and technology, human society's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Many of the technologies seen in movies were not imaginary, and could actually be successful, especially under the influence of certain external forces, which could quickly become reality. This mecha was a typical example. Nowadays, every country was researching mecha. Although the general public did not know about it, it was no secret to the national level. However, there were many key technical difficulties that had always troubled the researchers, so the mecha had yet to truly become a reality. But an unintentional incident had facilitated this great project. The appearance of the werewolves. Back then, during the martial arts tournament, the werewolf had been killed by Tang Zheng. The werewolf's corpse had been taken away by the military. After that, the researchers had carefully studied the werewolf. A werewolf's body didn't rely on its heart to provide energy. Instead, it relied on its inner core. The inner core contained a considerable amount of energy, and was very stable. Thus, the researchers came up with a bold idea. Absorbing the energy from the Dantian would solve the problem of not having enough energy to operate the mech. However, this idea was not as easy as it seemed. After countless experiments, they finally discovered that the werewolf's energy was still too weak to drive the mecha. Later, the beasts in the prehistoric heavenly tomb rushed out of the 100,000 mountains, and were captured by the military. After taking out the inner cores of these stronger beasts, and putting them into the mecha, it could already drive the mecha to do some simple actions, But it couldn't last long. Until the last time when the flame bird was captured alive by the dragon group, the success of the mecha became a reality. The flame bird's inner core was strong enough to drive the mecha completely. Moreover, after the inner core and the mecha combined, there was a miraculous reaction. The inner core was actually transforming the mecha bit by bit, and the mecha gradually gained its own consciousness. Of course, the mecha was still under the control of humans, but because it had its own consciousness, the mecha's combat power had a qualitative leap. This was the mecha's first appearance, and it was very amazing. Its combat power was actually on par with the Four Symbols' supremacy. Xingfeng saw this and was very happy. With such a killing machine, who would dare to go against him in the future? Even the powerful foreign forces were not his match. Xingfeng was an ambitious person. He fantasized about using the mecha to do many things of his dreams, and greater power was at his fingertips. Sparks flew from the Four Symbols' supremacy's chest, and a faint white dot appeared. Without a doubt, if the mecha continued to drill down, it would definitely become a coldness. Tang Zheng gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He grabbed the long tail with one hand and flung it with force. Whoosh! The mecha flew into the sky like a kite, piercing through the clouds and disappearing somewhere unknown. Looking up, the mecha had already disappeared, but Tang Zheng knew that the mecha would definitely not fall to its death from such a high altitude. Whoosh! A strong wind swept down from the sky, and the mecha's figure appeared again. This time, there were 2 additional wings on its back, flapping nonstop. F***ck, this guy actually has wings. Tang Zheng cursed. With a tap of his feet, the Four Symbols' supremacy soared into the air and pounced on the mecha that was diving down. Boom! The 2 sides collided again, and the Four Symbols' supremacy was sent flying with the mecha in its arms. It fell into a large river nearby, causing a huge splash. The 2 big guys fought back and forth in the river, turning the river into a mess. The river water was stirred up to the riverbank, and it was extremely intense. Everyone watched this scene in a daze. Without a doubt, this battle was more intense than any of the previous battles, and it was even more magnificent. The entire city of Ordinary Balance was shocked awake. The citizens looked at the huge creature in horror. The police had completely sealed off the area to ensure that no civilians were killed or injured in this battle. But there was no doubt that after this battle, many people would not want to stay in Ordinary Balance anymore. The city government officials were even more anxious. This was a completely secret operation, and even they, as parents and officials, could not interfere. They could only watch helplessly. This scene looked a little like the end of the world in a sci-fi blockbuster. The Four Symbols' supremacy's fists continuously greeted the mecha's body, and the mecha's tail also mercilessly attacked the Four Symbols' supremacy's body. Both sides were covered in injuries, and Tang Zheng's control of the Four Symbols' supremacy was even more exhausting. He was running out of true chi, but the mecha's power was endless. Nana and the others are dead. I must avenge them. I can't fall. I need energy. I need endless energy. Tang Zheng shouted in his heart. Dragon Origin Pill. I can only rely on the Dragon Origin Pill now. Although there was a danger of exploding and dying from consuming the Dragon Origin Pill, he could not care less at this moment. He immediately stuffed a Dragon Origin Pill into his mouth. He had used the blood of the 5-clawed golden dragon to refine 10 Dragon Origin Pills. Ordinary Dragon Origin Pills were refined with the blood of a flood dragon, and their power was far inferior to Tang Zheng's 10 Dragon Origin Pills. However, he had already used 8 of these Dragon Origin Pills. Now that he had taken another one, there was only one left. As soon as the Dragon Origin Pill entered his mouth, it turned into a majestic energy and entered Tang Zheng's 8 extraordinary meridians. Ah! Tang Zheng shouted. His body was like a balloon that had been inflated, as if it was about to explode. Blue veins popped out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and held on. His arms wrapped around the mecha's head, and the mecha's tail pierced the Four Symbols' supremacy's back. However, he could not care less. He would rather die than let go. At most, we'll die together. Let's see who can outlast the other. A steady stream of energy rippled out from Tang Zheng's body. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it entered the Four Symbols' supremacy's body. A green light spread out from the four symbols supremacy's body. The majestic energy in Tang Zheng's body seemed to have found a vent and quickly poured into the four symbols supremacy. What's going on? In the past, Tang Zheng needed to consume his true qi to control the four symbols supremacy in battle. However, his true qi would not merge with the four symbols supremacy's body. However, at this moment, the energy had completely merged with the four symbols supremacy. It was like a living being, and there seemed to be meridians in its body that could accommodate the energy. As expected of the guardian of the witch tribe. It has so many secrets. Tang Zheng's confidence increased greatly. The pain in his body decreased sharply, and his strength increased sharply. Die for me. Crack. The mecha's head was ripped off. The four symbols supremacy grabbed its tail and swung it with all its strength. Whoosh. The remains of the mecha flew out. No one knew where it went. Bang. The four symbols supremacy jumped onto the riverbank and glared at Xing Feng. Xing Feng was dumbfounded. He was extremely shocked, as if he was scared out of his wits. He stood there without moving. The other members of the dragon group had similar expressions. They stared at Tang Zheng as if they had seen a ghost. Many people had already quietly retreated. Boom. 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 The four symbols supremacy took huge steps and approached Xing Feng. Xing Feng's face was pale. He retreated step by step. He smacked his lips but could not say a word. Go to hell. Tang Zheng roared and ran. The members of the dragon group in all directions no longer dared to resist. They threw away their helmets and armor and fled. A large empty space immediately opened up around Xing Feng. Only he, Tang Dahai, and Feng Shishir were left. The four symbols supremacy grabbed at Xing Feng, determined to crush him into minced meat. However, the huge palm passed through Xing Feng's body, and he stood there unscathed. Tang Zheng was stunned. He stared at the three of them in a daze. Tang Zheng, you want to kill me? It's not that easy. Xing Feng spoke. Tang Zheng swept his palm over again. It passed through Xing Feng's body again, and the three of them flashed. 3D projection. Tang Zheng suddenly realized that the three of them were not real. They were just projections. No matter how powerful Tang Zheng was, he could not hurt them at all. This was because he was not here at all. Tang Zheng roared at the sky. The other party was too cunning. They had actually commanded from afar. They had played him. Xing Feng said fiercely, Tang Zheng, you destroyed my Vajra number 1. I will come for you. Just you wait. As for those two, they will both die. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.